We're going to start in about a minute. If folks could please take their seats. Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the July 29th, 2026 City Council meeting. I will ask everyone to please rise if you are able for the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, you can be seated. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The city of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of City Council and City Administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of Council wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. New meeting management technology is in use in Henry Baker Hall. As such, delegations and council members in attendance in person will now see their 5-minute allocated speaking time appear on the blue display screen to my right. When there are 30 seconds left in a participant's speaking time, an automated warning will sound from the system. At the end of 5 minutes, a notification sound will come through the system and the speaker's microphone will turn off automatically. I'm also getting used to the new system. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? To add the written submission from Judith Verisek, Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, CP 26-40 to item CR 26-97 Globe Theatre funding request, and withdraw the following items. MN 26-9, urgent pedestrian safety and accessibility lighting retrofits in Harbor Landing, and related delegation DE 26-69. That would be, two delegations. D 26-69, Bharatbhai Prajabati, and CP 26-35, Tagatha Das. MN 26-12, Project No Excuses, MN 26-14, Updates to Council Policies, and MN 26-15, Installation of Additional Benches, Norseman Park Walking Path and Harbor Landing, and Delegation DE 26-70, Megan South, to item CR 26-90. We're going to change that to a written submission. So for item CR 26-90, Rapid Housing Initiative, and receive and file her written submission as CP 26-4. So to add and withdraw those items as presented, can I have a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Siklees, and seconder, Councillor Flores. I'll call the question on the approval of the agenda. Any opposed? That is carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the minutes for the meeting held on June 24th, 2026? Councillor Flores, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Rasevich. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? And carried. We will now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted on without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items it includes. The following items are deemed to be automatically removed from the consent agenda as a delegate has registered to speak to these items. And that will be CR 26-95, Parks Master Plan Update, and CR 26-96, Regina Housing Strategy. Therefore, the consent agenda for this meeting would include the following items: CR 26-91, Whistleblower Program Annual Report, and CR 26-92, Provincial Disaster Assistance Program Request for Designation. So I'll ask if any member wishes to remove any of those two items from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Oops, sorry about that, Martha. Okay, with that, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councillor Mancinelli, and a seconder, Councillor Rasevich. Any opposed? And that is carried. Okay, we will now consider item CR 26-87, zoning bylaw amendment, 120 Broad Street. And I will ask Councillor Radens to please introduce that report.
At its meeting held on July 21st, 2026, Regina Planning Commission considered the attached report, RPC 26-13 zoning bylaw amendment for 120 Broad Street, from the City Planning and Community Service Division. The Commission adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendations contained in the report from administration.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have someone move the report? Oh, Councillor Siklees. Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Burton. Councillor Siklees, would you like to speak to that report? No? Okay. Any questions from council members? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Siklees, anything to close?
Nothing.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll now consider item CR 26-88, zoning bylaw amendment, 2450 Harvey Street. And again, I'll ask Councillor Radens to please introduce the report.
At the meeting held on July 21st, 2026, Regina Planning Commission considered the attached report, RPC 26-12, zoning bylaw amendment 2450 Harvey Street from City Planning and a Community Service Division. The commission adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendations contained in the report provided by administration.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Radens. And a seconder, Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Radens, anything further on that?
No.
Okay, any questions from other members? Seeing none, Councillor Radens, still good?
Good.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll now consider item CR 26-89, zoning bylaw amendment for 1578 Elphinstone Street. And I will ask Councillor Radens once again, if you could please introduce the report.
At its meeting held on July 21st, 2026, Regina Planning Commission considered the attached report, RPC 2614, zoning bylaw amendment 1578 Elphinstone Street from the City Planning and Community Service Division. The commission adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendations contained in the report as submitted by administration.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Radens. And a seconder. Oh, Councillor Flores. Councillor Radens, anything on this one that you have?
No.
Okay, any questions from other members of council? Seeing none, assuming you're still good, Councillor Radens?
Carry on.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on that one.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll now consider the public hearing and public notice bylaws related to the last three reports. And I'll ask Councillor Flores to do the first reading of the following bylaws. That would be 2026-38, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw, 2026 number 7, 2026-39, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw, 2026 number 8, and 2026-40, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw, 2026 number 9. Councillor Flores, go ahead. Oops, sorry, I had you on there.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I move, seconded by Councillor Burton, that bylaws number 2026-38, 2026-39, 2026-40 be introduced and read the first time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the first reading of all three bylaws is carried unanimously.
Okay, next I'll call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of the bylaws.
Through you, Chair, as required by legislation, the following bylaws require a public hearing. Bylaw number 2026-38, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2026 number 7. The purpose of this bylaw is to rezone the subject property from MH Mixed High-Rise Zone to RH Residential High-Rise Zone. Bylaw number 2026-39, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2026 number 8. The purpose of this bylaw is to rezone the subject property from RU Residential Urban Zone to RH Residential High-Rise Zone. And bylaw number 2026-40, the Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2026 number 9. The purpose of this bylaw is to rezone the subject property from RU Residential Urban Zone to ML Mixed Low Rise Zone. Is there anyone in the gallery today wishing to address City Council on any of these proposed bylaws? There appears to be no one, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go back to you, Councillor Flores. Can you please do second reading of the bylaws?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Turnbull, that bylaws number 2026-38, 2026-39, 2026-40 be read a second time.
Thank you. Does any member have any questions on the bylaws? Okay, seeing no questions, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of all three bylaws is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flores, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
All right. I move, seconded by Councillor Radens, that bylaws number 2026-38, 2026-39, 2026-40 go to third reading at this meeting.
I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of all three bylaws is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
All right. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancionelli, that bylaws number 2026-38, 2026-39, 2026-40 be read a third time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third reading of all three bylaws is carried unanimously.
Okay, we will now consider the following public notice bylaw, and that is 2026-34, the Windsor Tower Municipal Heritage Designation Bylaw. And again, I'll ask Councillor Flores to do first reading of the bylaw.
All right. I move, seconded by Councillor Beazle, that bylaw number 2026-34 be introduced and read the first time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the first reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
Right. I move, seconded by Councillor Rasovich, that bylaws number 2026-34 be read a second time.
Does any member of council have questions? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the second reading of the bylaw.
Through you, Mayor, the second reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, can you please do consent for a third reading of the bylaw?
Sure. I move, seconded by Councillor Sickles, that bylaw number 2026-34 go to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
All right. I move, seconded by Councillor Burton, that bylaw number 2026-34 be read a third time.
I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third and final reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously.
Okay, we will now consider item CR 26-90, Rapid Housing Initiative 3 Land Transfer and Operating Agreement. I will ask Councillor Flores to please introduce the report.
Now, 1 second, please. Sorry, 1 second, please. All right, thank you. Through you, Mayor. So at our executive committee meeting, we're bringing a recommendation to approve the land transfer to the YWCA for the running of the 1 second, please.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli? And a seconder? Councillor Rasevich? Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to the report?
I guess it's glad to see this is being worked out and followed through. Very important initiative and happy to move it.
Thank you. I'll go to questions from members on the report. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I think it was just from the previous thing.
Okay, no
questions.
problem.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from members on the report? Seeing none, I know we had a great conversation about this at exec committee, so with that, I'll go to Councillor Mancinelli if there's any final comments.
I guess I should stop and say thank you to the YWCA for coming to exec committee, explaining, and for stepping up to follow this through. It's really important for our community, and you know, it really helps fill a void where a lot of people have fallen into, so I hope it's successful.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Mancinelli, I just need your vote. That's okay.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we will now consider item CR 26-93, citizen appointments to Audit and Finance Committee, and I will ask Councillor Flores to please introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So vacancy open on the Audit and Finance Committee after a citizen member resignation in May. Following the city's standard recruitment and nomination process, Executive Committee is recommending Joe Carson to be appointed to complete the remainder of that term through the end of 2027.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli, and a seconder. Councillor Sicklys. Councillor Mancinelli, do you wish to speak to the report?
I'm happy to move it forward. Appreciate Mr. Carson's credentials and hope he's happy to have him on the committee.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
I appreciate the applicant that's been chosen, and I do believe they have great credentials and could add a lot to the committee. But I can't support this appointment due to qualifications of other candidates.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council members? Seeing none, Councillor Mancinelli, anything to close?
Nope, I think we're good to go.
Okay, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried and a vote result of 8-1. Those voting in favor as follows: Councillor Bezo, Burton, Flores, Mancinelli, Radins, Rasevich, Sicklys, and Mayor Bashinsky. And the member voting against is Councillor Turnbull.
Okay, we will now consider item CR 26-94, semi-annual review of closed executive committee items. I will ask Councillor Flores to please introduce the report.
One moment, please. Okay. All right, through you, Mayor, in accordance with Section 4 of Schedule A of Bylaw Number 9004, the Procedure Bylaw, Administration conducts on a semi-annual basis a review of confidential minutes of all Executive Committee meetings, and these reports are now released to the public.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli, and a seconder. Councillor Burton. Councillor Mancinelli, anything to speak on this report?
No, not in particular.
Okay, any questions from members on the report? Seeing none, any final words, Councillor Mancinelli?
This is a very important report. Actually, just joking. It is. It's just proper diligence and governance, but it's a little bit of a dry report.
For sure. Yes, you got to look from the clerk when you
I know.
very seriously said it was important work, which you're right.
I know
It
we have
is
to follow
important work.
governance.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we'll go to delegations related to item CR 26-95. We have a delegation on item CR 26-95, Parks Master Plan Update. I'd like to call upon delegation D 26-71, Mandela Ntembu. Okay, once you're settled, we have a new system, so I'm just conferring with the clerk to make sure it's all set up. So again, the usual script of I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization representing, if any, today, city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address city council, after which the opportunity to respond to any questions. The new part will be that the timer will be on the board, and then it automatically will give you a warning at 30 seconds, and then shuts off at 5 minutes with the new system set up. So just to give you a heads up on that one. So with that, you can go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, councilors and mayor. I'm here today as a member of the Heritage community, as a volunteer with Sunday Funday YQR, which is an event in the community at Core Park in my community of Heritage, where we have a big meal, hang out with a lot of people, hand out free resources and clothes and things like that to a lot of folks, especially folks that are unhoused. And I'm also here as a housing and justice activist. I'm here to demand immediate bathroom access in Core Park, also known to many as Pepsi Park, and recently being coined in our neighborhood People's Park, located in the Heritage neighborhood. And I'm also here to demand permanent public bathrooms to be built in all public parks in Regina, especially the ones in areas of the city with the highest needs, like the inner city where I live. A fundamental thing that's important to talk about is using washrooms is a fundamental and unavoidable part of the human experience. Thus, access to public washrooms is a fundamental need that all Regina citizens must have met. Parents and their children playing at the park use bathrooms. Camps and community events that take place year-round use bathrooms. Seniors and elders who want to enjoy the spaces their taxes have been funding for decades use bathrooms. People without homes use bathrooms. This means that until we have public bathrooms available at all times, people who need access to them will continue to be forced to use public spaces as bathrooms. That means peeing, pooping, attending to bodily functions like menstruation, changing their clothes, and all the other things everyone in this room uses bathrooms for multiple times every day. These things don't just stop existing when you don't have a bathroom to use. You just do whatever you can. You try to find the most private place you can to pee, or you plead with a private business to use their toilet, or you have to pay that private business money just so you can take a crap. Or worst case scenario, you just go in your clothes and you have to deal with that discomfort and embarrassment in public. This brings me to my next point, which just seems pretty obvious. Not having public bathrooms is a public health risk. Feces, urine, blood, vomit, tampons, diapers, and other unsanitary and hazardous waste all need to be disposed of in a safe and private manner. We don't have public bathrooms in parks. All that stuff and the clothing it soils are left in the playground of an elementary school, or on the doorstep of a local restaurant, in the parking spot in front of someone's house, or anywhere else that a person has to go when they don't have a bathroom. This is obviously unhealthy for everyone in the community. It's a completely avoidable, completely hazardous, and completely undignifying issue that already affects people in my neighborhood every day. The city already recognizes public bathrooms as a crucial element in their Parks Master Plan that we're addressing today. In this plan, you outline the need for public bathrooms in both your universal design principles and in the need for a washroom strategy. When it comes to universal design, if all new parks being designed treat bathrooms as essential infrastructure, why do the existing neighborhoods and parks that have seen the most use and are depended on by the most marginalized people have to wait and beg and go without a public bathroom year after year? As for the washroom strategy being kicked down the road for another 5-10 years, costs for building and maintaining washrooms are the main reason the plan suggests that a washroom strategy should be pushed from a short-term to medium-term goal. We had money for another increase to the police budget this year. We had money to toss Costco $7 million last year. Today we have councillors wanting public tax dollars to fund their tickets to Frost Fest, and yet people's grandmothers have to poop their pants in the park because you don't want to invest in our communities. I say invest in the people. Invest in Core Park. Kids play basketball at Core Park. Church groups have services in Core Park. Sunday Funday hosts hundreds of people each week for free food, clothes, and connection in Core Park. And importantly, people live in Core Park, like right now. If you go by Core Park right now, there's people in tents, and they're there all the time, and we support them the best we can, and we watch as they suffer and struggle to live the life that no one in this room has ever lived, and probably hopefully won't ever have to experience. With all the other stuff I just listed, people are sleeping and hiding there. They're taking refuge in Core Park. I speak for many of my neighbors when I demand a public bathroom in Core Park, not 10 years from now, not 5 years from now. We need porta potties or some kind of temporary solution now to deal with the immediate risks and indignities being faced as we speak. And we need a permanent public bathroom accessible at all times to be built in Core Park and every other park in the inner city. And just real quickly, we've been going to, there's been people hanging out at the Core Park. People are calling it People's Park. I like it because I'm for the people. We did some interviews with folks yesterday. But access is not something that's often outlined in these plans. We need access at all times, 24/7. Those bathrooms need to be able to be there throughout the year for people that need it. And one of the main things that multiple people brought up yesterday when we were doing interviews was that they would like to see public, like civil servants or city councilors and members of government actually at the park to see the conditions. Because people talk about it in this room. We talk about having plans 5-10 years from now. People are there right now. I've gone to the school that my niece goes to in my neighborhood and had human feces around the playground and things like that. This isn't like something that's just going to go away, and it's not something that just came up. This is a problem that's persisting, and it's going to continue to persist.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I see a question from Councillor Burton. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, for your presentation. I understand what you're describing here with the needs for the basic human function for people to take care of their personal business. I, of course, have been in facilities where there were washrooms, and I'm going to give you experience at a hospital where there was a washroom and people the security guards kept having to come, and people were camped out in there using it as shelter. Who knows what was going on in there. So when you suggest putting uncontrolled public washrooms in parks, to me there's a possibility of increased security problems, people now declaring that their washroom, locking themselves in, and other administrative and security costs that would come into place. So I was just wondering if you could describe what you would feel about those types of considerations, because I understand your need right now, but people are managing in some cases, but there's a whole lot of other issues that then are brought up by creating these washrooms.
Yeah, I can address that multiple ways. One, as far as people making do, I think that's why I used the words. I kind of was giggling as I was writing it because I don't often say pee and poop and vomit at city council. But when you talk about making do, that's what people are doing. They have to. So if we don't have bathrooms and somewhere to flush it and somewhere to do it outside the public view or not in the park or not next to someone's house, then people are going to do it next to someone's house in public view at parks. So that making do, it's happening right now. Hopefully you guys, luckily you guys don't see it. I'm going to the park every day. I'm going around my neighborhood. I see stuff and I see clothes and I see whatever. That's being discarded because people are going and making do, as we'd say. Second of all, I would say I'm from rural Saskatchewan. I'm from Maple Creek, Saskatchewan, and we had public bathrooms there as far as the cost and kind of the idea of seeing it as a need. But I was going to say in Cypress Hills, the provincial park there, I had friends that worked at bathrooms there. And that wasn't with homeless people that were in life or death situations and actually having to experience crisis. That was just like drunken college students and campers out there. Those bathrooms were disgusting, and they got cleaned. There was park staff that were able to do it. 15-year-old teenagers, probably hungover from the night before, illegally drinking, were cleaning the people's bathrooms anyways. So I think when we talk about like the cost and the security and this kind of stuff, we already employ people in the city to clean the bathrooms. We already employ people in the city to clean parks. We have water connections at this park. I don't see the reason that we should make obstacles to something that's a no-brainer. If anyone here can explain that they're okay with people just pooping in the streets and having discarded clothing everywhere and diapers and tampons and stuff everywhere, because they have to do it out there because there's not a place. The local places like, say, Carmichael Outreach and Outreach Centers, they're not open 24/7. Private businesses, I'm not sure if you've realized, especially in the inner city, don't let people use the bathrooms anymore in there, so they can't use them there. You talk about the hospital. If you want the hospital to be overrun by a bunch of people who have nowhere else to go, or the library to be overrun by people who have nowhere else to go, then continue this and don't build bathrooms. If you want solutions to this problem, building a bathroom and a structure for people to use the bathroom seems pretty easy. As far as security issue, I'm a lot more worried about people doing it right now and the public health risks right now than having a place to do. When we did the encampment at City Hall, people acted like it would be pandemonium if we had porta potties. We had porta potties in the front lawn of City Hall. It helped. There was poop all over City Hall. I'm sure people in this room had to walk into work in the morning smelling poop and pee because there wasn't bathrooms at that time available to the people staying there. Once there was porta potties, there was less poop on the streets, and there was people actually having dignity and able to use the bathroom in private without having a person with a briefcase walking into their 9 a.m. shift, watching them as they're squatting in a bush. So I think that addresses it to the fullest, but I don't know, it's pretty obvious to me.
Thank you. So through the chair, who would provide the security?
I don't think you have to provide security. We didn't have security at all times in a lot of stuff we've done. We ran a warming center in our neighborhood with people coming in there and using it, and we didn't have security. And to talk about bathrooms, there's bathrooms like people. There's not security right now. People are pooping in bushes and on the street and in the alleys and in people's driveways, and that's the public's issue. We pay taxes to have public dollars spent to solve these public issues. A bathroom without security, in my opinion, and I think in a lot of people's opinions, whether they're stepping in the poop or they're the ones that have to take the poop, I think a public money being spent in the bathroom without security is better than not having a public bathroom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for being here. Unlike you, I feel like I'm always talking about poop at council. So, when we're talking about washrooms and the budget, I just wanted to give you a chance to maybe emphasize how important it is not to cut the maintenance to our washrooms that we already have in the budget deliberations as they come by, and service levels, and how would it affect our city if we were to decrease our maintenance levels or our bathroom access in the upcoming budget?
Yeah, I mean, to get into the budget side of it, we just finished budget deliberations. It feels like yesterday, but it was a long time ago. It was in December. And there was a proposed budget increase that you had to pay a certain amount to keep things up. People didn't want to do that at city council, so we didn't have the property taxes increase required to have all this things that we want. If you remember my position at that time, it's kind of similar to now. I don't think we have to go without. I don't think that I want to have everyone who's living in the cities paying property taxes feel like they can't keep up with things. But I think people who are paying taxes and having that money go to the city would be a lot more happy with their money being spent, or be willing to spend their money if they saw it actually being used in ways that was solving problems. So I don't think we have to go without when it comes to the existing budgets. But I just think when we talk about budget and having to make cuts to make this and for that, there's a pool of budget that we use. I use the things I said in my delegation for a reason. I saw that city council was talking about making sure that city councilors and their spouses could have money to go to city events. I saw that we spent $7 million to give Costco money so that they could build a Costco here, which doesn't make sense because Costco's a huge retailer and has immense wealth under their own without us subsidizing them. I saw debt relief for building lift stations for developers that have millions and millions of dollars to draw from. The police budget has gone up every year that I've been in Regina, and not by like $50,000, $100,000, talking about tens of millions of dollars. It's gone up. I think the money exists. I think if we spend it more efficiently and we spend it with the people in mind and not the profits in mind, the sky's the limit as far as what the quality of life can be in Regina, not just for some citizens, but for every citizen.
And when you talk about washrooms, are you talking about permanent structures? Are you talking about porta potties? Are you talking about mobile washrooms? Just knowing some of these populations may not always be in the same spot. And where would you build these washrooms, or what would they look like?
Yeah, I think the main one I think of when I was saying Court Park in my neighborhood is just because I think there's immense need and there's a space and there's water connections there. It just seems like it makes sense. There's a lot of service centers around there for those that are in crisis, but also we just got a new basketball courts. We have schools and mosques around us and church communities and all these things. So it just seems like if I was to build a bathroom there, I'd build. In the meantime, this summer we're still experiencing crisis, and we're still experiencing people on the streets or people who don't have access to private places needing to use the bathroom. I think short term, I'm fine with porta potties. I'm sure it's better than nothing in my opinion. Something fast, something immediate, because right now it's happening without this intervention from the city. But long term, yeah, permanent structures. I don't think there has to be that much thought put into the permanent structures beyond. If you want to look at how other places do it and what the costs and people are comfortable spending. Some bathrooms are self-cleaning. Some bathrooms have to have an attendant, some whatever. That's a cost analysis from the city to discuss on a permanent basis. But we need to commit to building these permanent bathrooms, because 2024 master plan that was talked about last year that we're talking about today was saying a short term, which is over the next couple of years, and then in the recommendation for this was saying medium term. I'm sure over the span of the next 5 years at the rate that we're going with housing, and I'm hoping that we can get better with this and have less people in crisis and less people in crisis with health crises and addictions and all the things that come with the housing crisis. I would hope that we're not in a worse position than we are now. I have a feeling that 5 years from now, we're going to have more people on the streets, have more dire situations, and have more people having public health, or have more public health risks because of not having bathrooms. I say commit to making them now. A permanent structure doesn't have to be anything exceptional. We've all seen a bathroom at a park we've gone to that we used and left and washed our hands and walked out. Thinking the same thing for Pepsi Park. I think Core Park deserves what the summer camp that I went to in high school had for bathrooms.
And then, other than the washrooms, do you have any other input on the parks plan?
No, I came as a warrior for my community on the bathroom front. We were in rooms with city councilors and city administration last year during mayor roundtable talks, talking about the need for bathrooms. We've been doing Sunday Fun Day every week for the entire time that's been going on, and you've seen the need for bathrooms. Now we have people who are staying in tents in Pepsi Park and are experiencing probably the worst things you can experience in Regina on a daily basis in Pepsi Park. I think I come as a voice for them, and even talking to them over the last couple of days and having people that I work with go and interview them just seems like what's the least we can do, guys? Let's give someone somewhere where they can use the bathroom and have some dignity, because besides that, they're living on the streets and experiencing violence and harassment and being posted online in their worst positions. I say, why don't we give them somewhere that they can actually use a bathroom? It seems like the lowest form of support from the city.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Amanda, thank you for your presentation. You spoke about vulnerable folks who are unhoused and their need for washrooms. But as someone who is also in the community a lot of the time through other community initiatives, can you speak to any other occasions where folks might need, not just unhoused folks, but who else might benefit from public bathroom access?
Yeah, for sure. I'm getting a little worked up just because my community and I see folks are struggling. But in reality, I think I try to list it in my delegation, but I think of populations that use the bathrooms, have issues using the bathrooms, and then also just the general population. But when I think of folks that could use a public bathroom that's not down the street in businesses that they have to access or in places that close at a certain point, like nonprofits, elders and seniors that have tough time maybe managing that bodily kind of function. I think of folks that are with their kids at the park, and you have an emergency or something happen, you need a place to go to change a diaper, or a kid needs to go now, as I think all you guys with kids or were kids at some time realize doesn't always come at the best times, and sometimes you're at a park when it needs to happen. I think of people who have mobility issues or have health issues. That means that it makes it more difficult for them to time that or do it in a timely manner. They need to have access to a place that they can use the bathroom if it's an emergency or something comes up. And then that's all the stuff that I care about as far as being an activist or an advocate about. Outside of all that, literally everyone in this room used the bathroom today. You're probably going to use it again. If you're at the park, that doesn't change. So if you wanted to come down, we're hosting a fun basketball tournament at the park and there's no bathroom there, it's probably a problem. If you want to go for a walk with your friends and you end up near the park and you need to go to the bathroom, it'd be nice if there's a bathroom there. If something happens, you I don't know, have a nosebleed, you have to throw up, anything that comes up, if you're at the park, you want a bathroom there. So obviously there's higher need, and that's why I say Core Park, because it's in the heart of an inner city neighborhood experiencing a lot of different crises. This is something that's supportive to people that are living in crisis, but it's not just for those. When I did the encampment at City Hall, I was volunteering here. I used the porta potties. I was here overnight for 12 hours, 16 hours at a time, and it's I used the porta potties as well because I had to. So it's for everyone. It's for me. It's for you. It's for everyone.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for presenting. You can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, we'll now consider item CR 26-95, Parks Master Plan Update, and I will ask Councillor Flores to please introduce the report.
Hold you 1 second. All right, so this is our annual update from the Executive Committee on the Parks Master Plan, which Council adopted in 2024. The report tracks progress on 7 key performance indicators, including tree planting, native planting, irrigation reduction, and naturalized space expansion. And most targets are on track, are on schedule as per the report. And then we also talked about other items in the report as well.
Great, thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Flores, and a seconder. Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Flores, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So a lot of this report was really great, just looking at what we're doing with our parks, with naturalization, with how we invest in parks. I think a lot of it also brought some second sober thought in terms of how we invest in parks, and especially, you know, that how often we mow places and things like that, and how that impacts our citizens. So that was a great discussion. But something that caught my attention was the bathroom strategy was on it, and we spoke at executive committee last time, and I asked a question about it in terms of what does that strategy entail and what we're going to be doing about it. But unfortunately, the meeting, due to technical difficulties, didn't happen yesterday at one of our pre-budget meetings. One of the suggestions there is to scale back that or delay that strategy. Could you help me understand if I understood that correctly? How does that work if it's a suggestion in the budget to scale back or delay the bathroom strategy, and how does that work with what we're doing today?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you, through the chair. So administration is currently developing our washroom strategy. We expect it to be completed by the end of 27. And the strategy will consider service levels, location criteria, capital and operating implications, and then long-term approaches to providing washroom access in parks across the city. The budget note is reflective of we intended that the washroom strategy be completed, and that would be a part of the operationalizing of the washroom strategy. But since it's not completed yet, we don't need that funding in 2027, and we'll be looking to have that reinstated perhaps in 2028, if that makes sense.
All right. And then through you, Mayor, what is the target then now to complete this strategy?
Through the chair, end of 27.
End of 27. Right. Okay, so I know this is mainly the parks thing, but so looking at our public spaces and parks, and I know this has been an ongoing issue for a long time, even in my tenure as the chair of the Heritage Community Association, we often had a poop log of how many feces our director would find outside because folks didn't have washrooms. And oftentimes the conversation was, when can we have washrooms? And I know this is a conversation the city has been engaging in for a long time. And I can absolutely understand the frustration of community members when you go to a public space and you might not be able to use a public space because there isn't a washroom there. And while today we heard from folks who are advocating for vulnerable people who might be unhoused, the reality is that everybody uses the washroom, and it's the amenity that's really important to making sure our parks are conducive to enjoying those spaces. So I know some good work is being done, and I don't want to get ahead of myself and try to push for things, but at the same time, the need continues to increase, and not only in Pepsi Park, but in many other places as well. So what I'm hoping is that once this strategy comes forward, the political will to make sure that we do something about that strategy, because there's one thing to write the strategy and have this very well put together document that tells us here are some recommendations of what we want to make our green spaces more accessible through adding washrooms there. But the next step is funding that. And I hope that once we get to that, there will be that political will to make sure that we fund those spaces, because it is for everybody, right? And they're beyond our most vulnerable folks. There are people, moms, seniors, as it was stated, who oftentimes will avoid spaces where there aren't washrooms. And when that happens, then people are just not using the spaces that we want them to use. So beyond that, that's something that I think is something to keep in mind as we think about future budgets, knowing that these things will be coming back to us. And I hope that we can get on that. Other than that, the report has stated some really great things, and with our naturalization strategies and those things. So I'm happy to see that, but also we'll be happy to see more being done within our washroom strategy as part of that plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up to questions. I just want to make a comment, actually just piggybacking on Councillor Flores. I think that the delegation made a number of really good points, and I think I would definitely be on the same page as Councillor Flores, where that strategy, I hope, helps us inform what that priority would be and how we implement that. Because I think it's a little unclear to me how we pick where a washroom would or would not go. So I think it would be helpful. I don't want to arbitrarily pick where that would be, but I do think that, if it's a strategy, it's got to be a strategy with some very concerted action. So just to confirm maybe with Ms. Bryden, is that the intent of the strategy, is to indicate where we would propose that we would need facilities to make those parks and green spaces more accessible to everybody?
Thank you for that question through the chair. Yes, absolutely. We have over 300 parks in the city. And so we do need to have a proper strategy in place that takes all of those things into consideration. Yep.
Great, thank you. And I'm again also with Councillor Flores on the fact that we need washrooms every day, every one of us. So I think that the timeliness of understanding what that is, the sooner the better. So I'll look to see if there's any other questions from council members. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair. So out of those 300 parks, how many have bathrooms right now?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you through the chair. Actually, I don't think we have that information right at our fingertips. I will say we do have some of our major hubs, like Douglas Park, for example, where there is pickleball, football, and like a number of amenities that has a public washroom. We have a few other locations that are similar to that, but I can't speak to specifically how many.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I was just kind of wondering. Thank you.
Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. As already mentioned by the delegate, that this is a basic human need. And so as far as where we stand for the interim, is there a plan to address presently? Because it seems to me that 2027, 2028 is kind of far away. And so what are options, or is there something that we can probably look at for the interim until we have something in place?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think given the significant capital outlay for a public washroom, as well as the ongoing operating costs of the public washrooms that go on forever, we would like to take a strategic approach and not an ad hoc approach. And so we just finished doing our parks assessment analysis, and that'll help guide this report, as well as we'll be taking in our community safety and well-being plan as part of the conditions that guide the strategy, part of the input that guides the strategy. So I think that is a more strategic approach rather than an ad hoc approach.
Okay, fair. So I hope to see something under the community safety and well-being that can probably address that sooner than later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. To the administration, as the washroom facility plan comes out, would you see some of the, I'm going to call them high need parks with, you know, various other social problems, and but also being one of the few refuges for play and socializing as being a higher priority in the park versus, you know, the many that might have been described in the presentation from one of the delegations?
Thank you through the chair. That would be the point of the strategy. That will specify which parks we think would require the highest need for public washrooms, and it would take into account the types of activities in the parks or locations, etc., so that it is, you know, a strategy that outlines criteria and where we're prioritizing public washroom installations.
Awesome. Thank you very much. That just, we know we got a list that will come, and we'll see what we get out of that strategy. Thank you very much.
Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, and thank you to the chair. I was looking at the KPIs of the Parks Master Plan, and it is evident to me that of the 7 primary KPIs, there isn't any about weed management or levels of how we measure what we do for our lawns and weed management. So how do we measure it for the city versus private residences, and how do we go about that?
Ms. Braden?
Thank you through the chair. So I think what we measure is the things that, like the number of times we can cut, then, you know, those more tangible items versus where there are weeds or where there are not. And I would refer this question to Mr. Irick to see if he has anything really further to add.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Weed management is a tactical KPI. It's not necessarily a strategy. So using some illustrations is we may measure the progress of a forestry crew. How many trees are they pruning in a year? We may look at our service levels in terms of how many times has that mower made it through a typical park, and then measure it against the standard that's set. So a Class B park, are the mowers actually getting through once a week? We're looking also at costing for things such as tree watering, and are the new trees getting watered in a timely fashion, and what's the cost per tree? And so we're doing those measurements. But the measurements, as I've described them, are meant to be tactical KPIs. A weed measurement, like, is this park have 25% weed coverage? How many weeds per square meter? We have done that in the past. We've set thresholds based up on that when we've talked about the herbicide program, or when we should apply herbicides. But that's a tactical strategy, or that's a tactical application, not a strategy.
Okay. I've heard from many residents, and our standards for the city versus our residents are quite different in terms of height or whether herbicides are allowed or not allowed. Is there anything in the future where these are going to be aligned, or our bylaws are going to be changed for lawns? Or why is our expectation for the city lawn management so much different than what we expect from our residents?
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. And Mr. Irick can walk through the process, but the city, we can't use herbicides on our park spaces or on our hard surfaces. And I would say, you know, many residents have beautiful lawns and they're very well manicured, and our resources just do not allow for that level of service. So I would further venture to say that our parks will never meet the same level of scrutiny as a private lawn will, just purely resource driven. That's why we have established levels of service for our park spaces, so people know what to expect within our park spaces. And I don't know if Mr. Irick has anything further to add or not.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, the levels of services are meant to be predictable. We've posted them online for residents to see what they can expect for their local neighborhood park. And then we do benchmark ourselves against those levels. And that's partially to reflect budget implications, but also to provide residents a clear line of sight as to, are we doing that or not?
When I look at the KPIs, like the number of fruiting trees, or the percent of park staff trained in identification of plants, or the number of Indigenous ceremonies hosted by the City of Regina. And then there's also volume of potable water, and volume of potable water I think is a great KPI. I do think that these KPIs could be reworked. So I did want to bring amendments because I do believe I would like to see the KPIs to be redefined, and I would like to have some sort of KPI to do with the actual weed or landscaping. So
I'll maybe just get the acting city clerk to speak to the procedural aspect just because of what's on the floor. Go ahead, Ms. Ackerman.
Through you, Chair, so Councillor Turnbull, there's two procedural options available to you. If you want to move what you're planning on moving as an amendment, because there's a receive and file motion on the floor right now as the main motion, that would have to be withdrawn, and it would require a majority vote of council to withdraw that. Or what you could do is move it as a referral motion, and that would be in order from what you sent to us to move it as a referral motion. That would trump the receive and file that's on the floor right now for you to proceed with that.
I choose that one.
Okay. But before doing that, as long as you had no further comments, because once you move a referral motion, it's non-debatable and has to go straight to vote.
Okay, can I jump back in? Okay, I'll let other people who have their lights up talk, but I will say that my intention would be to revisit a referral motion to revisit the KPIs to expand them to include KPIs for actual weed control in comparison to our residents, and to, oh, there we go. So that would be the referral motion I would like to bring.
Okay, and I just want the acting city clerk just to clarify, just procedure again, just quickly.
Through you, Chair, so Councillor Turnbull, because we are at council, each member of council only gets one opportunity to speak for up to 5 minutes. So this would be your opportunity to move your referral.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess this is what I'm doing then. I guess this referral motion aims to just to relook at the KPIs. I'm mentioning weed management, but maybe you would also look at washrooms at the same time for the standards, to just look at the things we've been talking about, because the things we've been talking about actually aren't on the KPIs. And then as we talk too about the herbicides, just the pros, cons, risks, and potential solutions. I don't know what they are. I would like to know. I don't know if it would be safe or unsafe, or what the implications would be. And then just the financial considerations of restoring previous service levels of grass and weed management.
Okay, so as indicated by the acting city clerk, there is no debate, so this would go straight to vote. So with that, I will. Just clarification, yeah.
Well, through you, Chair, to the clerk, what would the process be for requesting separating these particular items into separate votes?
Yeah, I'll ask the acting city clerk to speak to that. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, You can ask to separate out these items separately so we can vote on each item in the referral motion separately, absolutely.
And should I indicate as to why or just request that?
I would indicate that you would just request it because referral motions are non-debatable.
Thank you. I would request they be separated, please.
Okay, so we will separate the votes. I'll give us a second to do that.
Yeah. Two and three. Oh my.
Sorry, one piece. Look for, I forgot to get a seconder for the referral motion. So is there anybody that would like to second the referral motion? Okay, Councillor Radens is going to second. Okay, go ahead. I'll ask the clerk once ready to start the vote on item 1. We'll just give him a second to get that sorted out. Yeah, so we can start the vote on point number 1.
Through you, Mayor. Point number 1 of the referral motion is lost in a vote result of 3 to 7. Those voting in favor as follows were Councillors Flores, Radens, and Councillor Turnbull. Those voting against were Councillors Bezo, Burton, Fro, Mancinelli, Rasevich, Siklis, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, thank you. I will ask the clerk to start the vote on item number 2.
Through you, Mayor, item number 2 on the referral motion is carried in a vote result of 6 to 4. Those voting in favor as follows are Councillors Bezo, Burton, Fro, Rasevich, Siklis, and Turnbull. Those voting against were Councillors Flores, Mancinelli, Radens, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, thank you. And finally, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on point number 3.
Through you, Mayor, point number 3 of the referral motion is carried in a vote result of 9 to 1. Those voting in favor as follows: Councillor Bezo, Burton, Flores, Fro, Mancinelli, Radens, Rasevich, Siklis, and Councillor Turnbull, and the member voting against is Mayor Bashinsky.
Thank you. So with that, that item is complete. Okay, we will move on to the CR delegations related to CR 26-96, the Regina Housing Strategy. I'd like to call upon Mandela Mtembu. I know I just read this to you, but I'll say it again for the record. I'll get you to introduce yourself, the organization you're representing on this report, the city or town you reside in. Again, you'll have 5 minutes, after which you can address any questions. Go ahead when you are ready.
Hello, councillors and mayor. My name is Mandela Mtembu. I'm here speaking as a member of the Heritage community, as a tenant organizer with the recently created Regina Tenant Union, and as a housing and justice activist. I don't know, I had a tough time making this one, honestly. It's not nearly as robust and fancy as the one about public bathrooms. Housing is very near and dear to me. The cause and just the existence of it and the importance that it has for every citizen in Regina. Housing is a human right. It's discussed that way at the level of the UN, the province of Saskatchewan, alongside with the federal government, or because of the federal government signed on to it, acknowledges housing as a human right. So I think it's important to understand that everyone here today probably has a house. And maybe people have different access to housing and are struggling with it, or they have members of their family that are going without. But if you have any experience with it, I do with just working front lines and working with folks that are on the streets or are in really tough housing positions. It greatly makes your life hard and difficult, and it's a lot of suffering to do with going without housing or struggling to access stable housing. It's important when we talk about housing to understand that without it, we die or we have substantially worse health. If also in Regina and in many places across Canada, you're criminalized for being houseless. If you sleep in places, in public places past certain times, it goes against bylaw, and law enforcement and authority is used over you to displace you. If you are staying in someone's private property, obviously there's laws that protect you from staying there. So I think that's the first point I wanted to make, is just housing is a human right. And I think when we talk about housing strategy for Regina, we have to acknowledge that as that we're talking about a human rights issue. And when we talk about, as we have in council, this council has talked about houselessness as being a crisis in a state of emergency. We're talking about a human rights emergency and a human rights crisis. That being said, I honestly don't have a lot to say. I don't know, maybe the first thing about in the write-up for this, the reports, is rather than acting as the primary builder or operator, the city uses tools such as policy, land, funding, partnerships, and advocacy. I think that reads as just an initial thing, but it acts as a decision for housing production and housing development to be handled by the private sector, with the public sector being used to lower private capital's costs in subsidizing them and helping them not deal with the same costs and risks that come with building housing and making investments like that as developers, which I understand if you're a fan of developers in the developing class and private real estates and landlords, you're probably happy with that we have over $1 million to have housing incentives so developers can develop easier. And I'm sure you were excited by seeing Regina covered by a bunch of green field areas and looking at great ways to develop and bring in revenue from developing out there. Someone who lives in the core, someone who works right now with advocacy for folks that are on social assistance, that are experiencing poverty and all the issues and suffering that comes with experiencing poverty in today's society. As someone who's lived in places that are owned by slumlords and has had bed bugs and has had people use their position as landlords and housing providers and my vulnerability as a tenant against me and make it difficult, and the people I love make it difficult for the people I love to have housing and have stability. It's not exciting for me. I think we need to start looking at this idea of market and non-market housing as the housing crisis that we're experiencing right now is a market issue. We need non-market solutions. We can't look for market solutions. If we subsidize corporations if we make it easier for developers to develop in places that don't have land and people living there, we are prioritizing the profits and the will of the developer and the developing class. In reality, this city, when we talk about the intensification zone, when I see intensification zone in this report, I just see people. It's where the people live. It's where the people have lived for a long time. It's where the housing exists. It's where the services exist. It's where the needs exist. And the market looks to expand outside of that zone. I spit in the face of that. I want the people that are living in the city, struggling to have housing in the city, have worked hard to have housing in the city, and work hard and pay a huge amount of their percentage of their money each month to housing, something that I, once again, will state is a human right. And people are spending, when we talk about affordable housing in this report, that's 30% of your income or less. So many people, you can look at the reports through the province and through the federal government, so many people are paying vastly more than 30% of their income towards housing, which is a human right, which if you don't have, you die, you struggle, you're criminalized for it if you're houseless. So the idea of having affordable housing incentivized, or having it, these are long-term goals that we'll get to have, and in the meantime, we're gonna have, build some lift gate stations and increase debt there, and we're gonna make sure that we can have certain kinds of housing on the outside and the fringe parts, and these developers that helped formulate this reports that were listed as partners, who prioritize profits and their bottom line over the people in this city that exist and struggle to exist in this city. I just have a tough time, having like a normal conversation about this. I think I'm gonna just yield my time because I really don't like talking about housing and human rights in the lens of how much money people can make off of it, and I don't think our housing strategy. I think a lot of the good things. Actually, the last thing I'll say is some of the really good stuff mentioned in the housing strategy in Appendix F. Isn't featured in the housing strategy. Rent control, a way to cap landlords and private
30 seconds
and
remaining.
housing providers' ability to make excess profits off housing, is seen as something that we can't do as a city, but also I don't see being advocated from the city towards the province. Talking about like density bonuses and things like that aren't featured because they say it doesn't work here, but we're still spending millions of dollars in subsidizing developers to put houses where there isn't people right now. Rental registry is seen as too expensive. It has low amount of outcomes, but holding landlords accountable and standing with tenants, I think, is really important.
Great, thank you for the presentation. I'll check with my colleagues if anybody has any questions for you on this one. Go ahead, Councillor Turnbull.
Hello. Thanks for speaking for this again. Our housing plan has a lot of advocacy to the other levels of government. I know that you're a longtime advocate. Do you think advocacy from a city level is effective, or do you think that's a good strategy of us? How effective have you been advocating to the provincial government?
Community perspective, advocacy with this provincial government feels impossible at times. They're super out of touch with the needs of the working class and all Saskatchewan residents, I think, especially in these urban settings. But we don't talk about provincial politics. I just think that advocacy is difficult to voice from a community voice and be heard at that level of government. I'd say that my frustration with, because a lot of the things that are advocated for from this housing strategy are good. To ask for the province for some of these policies are good policies to advocate to the government. I think talking to folks at different levels that I'm at, where I'm a tenant and I have pretty good conditions and a good landlord right now. I work with folks that are on the street that don't have housing or have been denied housing repeatedly and struggle with that, accessing that rights. And then I work as an advocate right now with people who are in different forms of social housing, supportive housing and things like that. But are at risk of losing it at all times. I think, speaking from that and for myself and the people in my community, that the advocacy to the province, I don't think we often feel that the city is making as big of a deal as it needs to be made at the province and in the public level. Like I'm saying, we're talking about a human rights crisis. We're talking about people like living without a roof over their head, having people who provide their housing and they pay housing to deny them housing, make them live in terrible conditions, have cockroaches and mold and things that they don't repair and all these kind of things at the landlord level. Housing development, developers with some of the larger housing providers, I think it was maybe what's the one that starts with the B? Maybe Broadway. It wasn't Broadway. But they did a report that was talked about in 2022, I think, 2021, where they actually incentivize developing out here in Saskatchewan and in Regina and Saskatoon because we don't have rent control and we don't have legislation that protects tenants. So as a housing developer, you can make more money and you can not be regulated by the market to the degree you are in other places in Canada. All that to say, I think that level of the crisis we're experiencing is a really big deal, and it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. The Sask Housing Auditors Report done in 2024 by the Provincial Auditor of Saskatchewan is like hugely telling. I think it's kind of featured. Some of the parts of that are featured in this report. We should be, screaming at. We should be holding events. We should be screaming. I should see you guys in the communities that are affected by the housing crisis, standing with activists and advocates and those who are experiencing housing injustice. If you do want to use the word advocate for these things to the province, I don't think the kind of advocacy that's happening right now is helping, is working, or is getting us to a point that we're going to be out of this crisis in a time that we're not going to keep losing people to the conditions of living without a house or living in compromised living situations. So all that to say, I think advocacy is good. I think the idea that some of the things that are being talked about, being advocated in this report, those are good. I think I need to see more. I think the people in this city need to see more from their municipal government as far as maybe denouncing or being critical towards the provincial government for being negligent with these things, for going at the provincial government, for making it impossible, it feels like, for you guys to make headway in different parts. That needs to be said. That needs to be felt by the provincial government. Or I don't think they have any incentive to listen to us because there is a developing class, a land owning class, a real estate class inside this province and beyond that profiteers off of us suffering through a housing crisis. And I think the province is more answering to their will than they are to the people's will.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions. Thanks for presenting. You can return to the gallery. And we are at 2:31, so we're going to take our mandatory 15-minute break. We'll be back at 2:46. Okay, I'll get folks to take their seats, please. Sorry, Dylan. No dice. Okay, call the meeting back to order. We will now consider item CR 26-96, Regina Housing Strategy. And I will ask Councillor Fro to please introduce the report.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. At Executive Committee, we discussed the housing strategy, recognizing that there was some additional information, some clarity required by many members of Council. We referred this back to the September 16th Executive Committee, at which time Council will come back and provide us some additional items, which I'll summarize. Generally speaking, additional information that distinguishes between those actions which administration can identify where there's a timeline within their control, better clarifying the role of the city, province, and federal governments, sort of better clarifying and distinguishing the role of advocacy, what that looks like in practice, and then some additional information specifically related to tax increment financing as a potential tool across the housing spectrum. A summary of recommendations and options specifically related to infill development and supporting developers through pre-development to get more infill development happening in our city. And then options to support infill developers specifically with information to expedite timelines and reduce some risks and costs. And so that, as mentioned, will come back September 16th, 2026.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fro. And I'm just going to get our acting city clerk to speak to the procedure based on this. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I just wanted to advise members of council that given the recommendation that's coming forward from Executive Committee, that this matter be referred to the September 16th Executive Committee, also requesting that a supplemental report be prepared with the additional information outlined in that referral motion. When the chair asks someone to move the report, the mover of the report, if they indicate that they wish to move that, they're moving concurrence with that recommendation, which would then mean that a referral motion is on the floor, which means it's non-debatable and it'll go straight to vote. So if any members wish to speak to this report at this meeting, they would need to move a different motion than the referral motion. But I do want to remind members that if they do move that referral motion, they have opportunity at Executive Committee on September 16th and then at the following council meeting to further discuss this matter at that time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ackerman. So hopefully that's clear for everybody. So if I could ask someone to move the report for concurrence, Councillor Mancinelli, and a seconder, Councillor Radens. Okay, thank you. So because we had a mover and seconder, as the acting city clerk indicated, for the referral motion, with that, I will, there's no debate as indicated, so it'll go straight to vote. So I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the referral motion.
Through you, Chair, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to move in camera to receive legal information regarding the Globe Theatre report. So I'd look for a seconder to do that. Councillor Sickleys, thank you. Any opposed? Okay, we will move in camera. We'll be right back. Okay, thank you everybody for your patience. We went in camera to receive confidential legal advice regarding the Globe and no decisions were made. So with that, we have delegations on item CR 26-97, Globe Theatre Funding Request. First, I'd like to call upon Delegation D 26-73, Mitch Molnar. Okay. Mitch, you can make your way right to the table. No, it's okay. Okay, good afternoon. I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions we have. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Mitch Molnar. I reside in Regina. I am representing myself as a citizen of Regina, but also as a proud supporter of the Globe. I'm currently, I was given by way of background, I know you've all had access to the little letter I wrote, but it might help to give some context. And then I hope to also engage in some questions and answers, which would be my true desire beyond anything I might say. I'm currently a board member of Regina Economic Development, past board member of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. In the past, I have co-chaired with former Councillor Stevens, the City of Regina Recovery and Efficiency Task Force, participated as a committee member for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the Regina Arena Planning Strategy Committee, as well as participated in the Catalyst projects process with former Councillor Hawkins. All projects and initiatives that were geared to improving our community, often with a very specific focus on Regina's downtown and greater city center. My day job is with Mitchell Developments and our related property management, project management, and real estate fund management companies, which own, co-own, and manage approximately 1.75 million square feet of real estate assets in Regina, Saskatoon, Prince Albert. These assets include industrial, retail, and both downtown and suburban office. I appear before you today not on behalf of any of the above organizations or companies, but as a supporter of the Globe Theatre concerned for its future and the future of our city centre, the cultural and economic engine of our community. My position on the importance of the Globe to the City of Regina has been formed by the collective knowledge gained from the rules listed above, and I believe provide me with a balanced perspective on where the city needs to place priority of actions as well as investment of tax dollars. As a community, we have worked diligently and sometimes desperately to make sure that our downtown and Regina's greater city center is the economic and cultural center of our community. Since COVID, the city through council and administration as well as community leadership have worked together to find ways to ensure our city center is vibrant and welcoming. The years-long Globe renovation and subsequent reopening have been the most obvious and successful of those efforts, and while there are challenges confronting the Globe, it is the one revitalization initiative that has come to fruition. I can speak from personal experience that when the Globe has a performance downtown, it is a different place. Restaurants are active, the streetscape is alive, and people feel safe. No other investment, policy change, or initiative can replace people coming together to share in a common experience such as the theatre. How the Globe has come to its current difficult financial position has been well documented by others. And I must admit, recent projects our company has undertaken involving redevelopment of heritage buildings have experienced the same cost realities. However, I believe it is critical the city provides the funding being requested today in order that we may continue to seek a more permanent solution to ensure the Globe continues for decades to come to be a cornerstone of our community. Should we as a community fail to answer the call for support at this critical juncture, future efforts to revive the Globe will be far more difficult than today's. While it is not a final solution, I strongly encourage Council to accept the recommendation of administration to provide the near-term funding to allow all parties to arrive at a final solution to the Globe's capital requirements. And happy to engage in some questions.
Okay, thanks for your presentation, Mitch. I'll check with my colleagues first. If anybody has questions, Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, Mitch, for your presentation through the chair. What's the relationship with the downtown business community with the Globe Theatre? How would you describe it?
Thank you, through the chair. It's critical. We have been fighting to invigorate our downtown for 10, 15 years now. The tax base is dwindling downtown. At one point in time, I know this is one of my favorite lines to use with City Council, that at one point in time in the past, the city's downtown taxes presented 10 to 11% of the property taxes generated by the city of Regina, based on about 1% of the land mass. I think that's a really important golden egg that this community needs to protect. And I think in order to protect that, we need to have these sorts of initiatives. The assessment value of the downtown continues to dwindle, which puts more tax pressure on the surrounding residences. So I think that when the Globe when it was closed during the renovation, it was difficult. Restaurants were failing. Now that it's open, I can honestly say that it is the restaurants that we have in our buildings. It is the one night that they're guaranteed to be busy. And also, from a safety perspective, we've gone through great extent to have the Aero program, to have the street team program at a cost of millions of dollars to this community. When the people that attend the Globe are downtown, the community feels safe. There's safety in numbers, and it's such an incredible asset. And despite our best efforts, we've been trying as a community to replace our civic assets. We've got headway on the pool; it's under construction, but we've been trying to do something with the Brand Center, the library. Most of our civic assets date from the 70s. A lot of them were centennial projects. So we actually were able to get the Globe redone. It came with challenges, but it's the one thing that our community has achieved for the downtown, culturally speaking, and also from an economic engine. So I think it's incredibly important. I don't think, and we're a long ways away from, we're spending all this money to revitalize the streets and the built form, but without people on those streets, it's money ill spent. And we can have as much policy that, initiatives as we want and grants, but it's the one thing that there seems to be a demand for. There's no doubt that the Globe functions from a operational basis very well, and they always have. It's the capital structure due to the overruns from the construction that are today's current problem.
Thank you. Through the chair, is there untapped experience and insight that downtown business people could bring to the Globe Theatre, to the board, or help with this crisis that's we're currently undergoing?
Well, I think that the Globe, this is a really, I'm trying not to throw people under the bus or to grandstand, but I think that the Globe is structured to, as are most arts organizations, to deliver programming, and they do it very, very well. I would think that it would be a very strong suggestion that any organization, when going through a difficult time like this, could benefit from individuals who have an experience in restructuring or in moving through these types of capital challenges. And I'm sure that there are people in the community. I know that there are people in the community that will put their hands up to assist the Globe in those endeavors should the request come forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for being here. Your expertise on economic development in downtown is appreciated for sure. I wanted to ask what you think the effect would be if the Globe Theatre wasn't in downtown. If the worst thing happened, what would you think the effect would be?
Well, thank you for the question through the chair. a little bit of brief history. We made great, when the Globe was looking for a new structure, great effort was made to keep them downtown. And to keep them in a beautiful historic building that they're in. And so, you know, I'm sure that we could go and spend a week laying blame for where we're at right now. Most of it being just the sheer cost escalations. But I think that, sorry, I've lost my train. Could you repeat?
I had asked what would happen if the worst case scenario happened and the Globe.
Sure. Well, as I stated in my previous answer, the Globe is the one thing that we've been able to incorporate, downtown. I think that if they were to go away, I think that there would be, first of all, we would have a beautiful building without a use. So we would be struggling to find that, a purpose for it. And I think that if the most negative consequence happened, that the Globe were to close, with the thought that in the future, over the next year or two, we'll correct the capital structure of the company, that is a solution. But there will be a flight of talent, and we will be rebuilding a 60-year-old organization from scratch, which will not be easy. And I also think that we have to consider that, people have put their faith in this project already. There's a lot of private donors that have stepped forward. This council has been very generous in their contributions, the provincial government, the federal government. And I just wonder what the message is as we're out seeking to revive the thing about the community's real dedication to the theater, to the Globe Theater. So I think it would be very, very difficult.
And I read in some of my emails with downtown, death by 1,000 paper cuts, I think was the phrase. Would this be a pretty big paper cut to our vibrancy downtown? And how do you see it as a pillar of our downtown vibrancy?
Yeah, I think this would be putting the paper in the shredder. Like we've tried so hard to do so many things for the downtown. I mean, the library is a stalemate. There's no money for a library. The arena, well, we've all made decisions about what's happening with the arena and Real, so I think that ship has sailed. So, and those are very expensive endeavors. I mean, Saskatoon has announced their downtown revitalization, $1.2 billion. I don't think that anybody has any sort of delusions that Regina is going to try to attempt that. So, in the absence of those issues, of those initiatives, I should say, we have what we have, and we have the Globe, and it's been great. It's been a cornerstone of our community for 60 years, and it would just be, and although the ask today isn't the final solution, it is a part of the solution, and I hope that council sees that.
And you've been here lots of times with a lot of our incentives. So we've had incentives for, let's say, like a Grey Cap or business, or even EDR, which is whole purpose to grow the economy of Regina. And I think that's $2 million a year. And so this is, I think, 1.4 million comparatively. So would you see this more of a economic incentive versus helping the theater or downtown?
Yeah, the interesting thing about it is that it's the struggles are capital in nature. They're not operational. So this is not, there shouldn't be a fear that, the capital structure will have to be addressed. There is outstanding, and hopefully, some other funding partners will step up. But if they don't, we will be left to find the next step forward. And I think that there are ways that, as a community, that we can do that. I cannot express enough that this is a real, this is the one thing that Regina has been able to do, and the history is there. They have been successful to draw. It's not $2 million a year. There's no other incentives. I mean, a lot of time, incentives are great, but fail because of a lack of demand. The Globe has proven that they're successful. They draw patrons downtown. The demand for what they offer is there. So this is let's not confuse that with this is a forever funding challenge. This is not an operational issue. This is caused by their current capital structure, being the debt.
So that's interesting. So this is sort of a incentive that already has a achievable KPI because you already know it brings economic.
Absolutely. And I mean, you talk about, so the provincial government is giving $5 million to the Grey Cup, which, I'm a sports fan. I think that's great. The city is going to put in $1.5 million to the Grey Cup. That's great. I think those are initiatives that we should engage in. But those happen once every 4 or 5 or 6 years, depending on how successful it is. In the meantime, we keep a stadium at the ready that hosts 12 games a year, 14 games a year, whatever it is, right? So, and we don't have any problem with that. We severely underestimate what the arts brings. Not every kid plays sport. So there's a whole sector of our population that is interested in the arts and that adore the arts and that want to patronize the arts, and they do. The Globe is successful, has been for 60 years. They needed a new facility. It's unfortunate that the cost overruns have occurred, but this is the situation that we're in.
Yeah, I agree with you. The complete community. Thank you so much for being here and giving us your perspective. I think I'll finish on one last question. Is this about funding for the Globe, or is this about funding our downtown and the vibrancy of our economic downtown?
It's about both, but it's also about the vibrancy of our community. Like we often at EDR, we often wonder about how do we make our community sticky for new people that move to Regina, right? That's a big challenge for us. Immigration's a great thing. It's a great economic driver. But often we get new people immigrating from parts of Canada or new Canadians moving to Canada, and they come to Regina first. The trick is getting people to stay here. They come because it's cheap. And then, they have a winter and maybe there's, their kids are a little bit bored and there's not too much to do and the connectivity with our flights isn't great. So we've got some inherent challenges of a community of 275,000 people in the middle of the prairies. The Globe is not just a driver for the downtown. It's an entire community asset.
Thanks so much. I'll let other people have a turn.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to the chair, Mitch. My question for you is, I understand, roughly $28 million of public money has been invested from all 3 levels of government. And as someone who, manages a fund and others' money as well as your own, I'm wondering what advice you would have from us in terms of how we should look at protecting our investment, in this case, the taxpayers' investment. Looking at this $1.4 million ask, but recognizing that, that the public dollars invested are close to $30 million. How should we view this ask vis-a-vis what we've already invested, and how best to sort of protect that?
I think that, from a community perspective, as a taxpayer, if we lose this cultural icon, put it this way, if we don't fund it, it's not like my taxes are going down. Like people will find a way to spend that money. So we have to then weigh the opportunity costs of where do we place our money. Do we build a sidewalk in an industrial area? Is that going to increase the tax base? Does that make Regina more sticky, that sidewalk, or that boulevard, or something else that we engage in, that we are hell-bent that is the absolute right thing to do, and we never question it as a community. But now we've got something that's very public, and that $30 million, 10 of, so there's public money, but there's $10 million of private money. And I think that it also sends a bad message to those people that have put up their money about whether or not we feel it's disposable, it's less important. So it's a real big investment. If somebody came to you and said that we're going to bring a brand new project into Regina and it's going to cost you, I think you guys have put in $10 million, ish. and say it's going to cost you another $10 million to preserve that asset, and it's going to drag 50,000 people downtown, and it's going to be the economic equivalent of a Grey Cup every 3 years. Like, the Grey Cup happens once, but if you take that economic driver and spread it out over, it's a percentage, like 20-25% of what the Grey Cup brings, the Globe brings on a yearly basis. Like, is that a good investment to preserve the fabric of your community, your tax dollar? Because really, we sometimes forget that the taxpayers are our clients. Like, if you're a city, right? It's like they're coming to your restaurant to dine. Well, we're going to keep feeding you gruel, and we hope you keep coming back. Well, maybe I want dinner and a show every once in a while. So, like, you have to, it's a really difficult, like, how do you weigh the cost-benefit analysis? But I'll tell you what, if the taxes continue to decline in the downtown, you will have different conversations with the other taxpayers of, the guys who pay they're already complaining about the taxes they pay out in Harbor Landing and the Greens on Gardner and wherever else they live. If the downtown tax base, if the commercial tax base continues to dwindle, that's another conversation.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, the great sidewalks alone doesn't make a city worth living in. As someone who personally invested into the project, my question for you is, I think we all understand that this request buys time, ideally attention from the federal government and province, but there's no guarantee, right? Mm-hmm. There's no guarantee. And I wonder, from your perspective as a taxpayer, but also an investor, someone that has written a big check, your comfort level and any advice to us on how we should look at potentially providing a grant that has no actual guarantee of ensuring the long-term viability of the Globe. Buys us time, which is important.
Right. I think that I'm as a council, if you have concerns about governance, if you think that I think that you can deal with those concerns. I think that there is, you've got lots of smart people sitting over on my right that could pencil up some sort of arrangement, if you will, for governance on any funds. I think that if we don't invest, I think that that's a bad message to the federal government, and I think it's I actually believe that there are. You've all seen those charts that if you answer yes, you go in this direction, you answer no, and you go in this direction. Well, if we answer yes to the funding, it opens up options. The feds talking to creditors, raising additional capital. If you say no, then it's no. And we're saying that we're going to come back in a year or two and try again on having a downtown theater. No, sorry, we have a downtown theater. We're going to try again to bring life to it. So I think that, at any cost, and which sounds like a stupid thing to say for a guy who pays a couple $1 million a year in taxes to the city, but I really believe at any cost.
Thank you. My last question through the chair, because you're an investor, is we're being asked to write a check today. The federal government has been asked to write a check today, and my understanding is the provincial government has said no to additional support, yet that request would represent 0.0227 of their annual $22 billion budget. And I wonder what you as an investor might expect also of the provincial government, which sees an annual economic return, PSD alone, of $600,000 from the Globe Theatre. Thanks. Thanks, Mitch.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Fro. I don't know if anybody from the province is here. They're one of my biggest tenants. I didn't think I'd show up today and have to jump on that grenade, but I think that that seems to be a bit of a chicken and an egg and a standoff, if you will. I don't know what the right cliche is, but everybody's waiting for somebody else to blink. And I think the province has made a decision that they know I don't agree with. If the city and the feds are at the table, will they reconsider? I would desperately hope so. I think that I think it's unfortunate. I really think it's unfortunate their stand. I mean, all of these projects that were built across Canada, I think I can pretty safely say that, have run into funding trouble. It's just, and especially when you tackle a heritage building. Maybe people were naive in the beginning, but it doesn't change the fact that we ended up with a really brilliant facility to deliver brilliant performances. And yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I know some of the questions like Councillor Fro kind of asked, the one basically what would we say to taxpayers? Just if we give 1.4 million, it's a risk because there's no guarantee that the feds are going to come up with money. The province has said no. I heard, I think, from executive that yes, more donations are waiting to see what we do before they even give any money to move forward. So I guess, kind of, you sort of been talking about but the risk that we got with taxpayers.
Yeah, I mean, the risk with taxpayers. I mean, when I was able to chair the task force with Councillor Stevens back in, I believe it was in 2021, we wrote that report and submitted it to the city. We spent a year writing that report. I learned more things about a city than I care to acknowledge. We have a fleet at the time that was larger than the city of Winnipeg's. The fact that, is there $1.4 million that could be there and at no cost? I think the unfortunate thing about this particular conversation is it's in the public eye. There is a budget of $650 million that I would question the utility of some of those expenses versus the utility of funding the Globe. And that's my answer for the taxpayers. I mean, you want to start micromanaging civic affairs. Sure, like let's get at it. But I mean, I think the Globe is it's just one of those assets that we would be remiss as a community to invest in.
Okay, I guess my other question is, because if we give the 1.4, there's still like probably 14.6 million outstanding.
Right.
That we need, has to be filled. And I guess my thinking is, say the city came up with less than 1.4, just to show that, hey, we do care. Would that be possibly enough to maybe get donors and et cetera to say, hey, you know what, maybe we didn't get it all, but we could start a funding campaign and it still be enough for the feds to go, hey, the city is contributing something to get the ball rolling,
right.
guess, so to speak.
I don't want to speak for the Globe.
Yeah.
So is it enough? I think that they were very careful. I think there was other numbers that were considered, and I think they were very careful in the number that they did put forward because given the nature of the conversations around the ask, any ask was a difficult ask. So I think that the 1.4 is a critical number. I think that as far as the other individuals, that I think that it's enough money to give enough time so that you can start having conversations with the other players involved, whether those be donors, the financial institution that's involved, restructuring. I know that I've had some conversations with people around this table, the larger table here, that have talked about a different structure for the Globe or for the asset, not for the operations of the Globe, but how is the asset treated? And I think that some of those conversations have merit. So the 1.4 gets you to those conversations. Without the 1.4, you're talking about a likely closure. Again, I don't want to speak for the Globe, but that's it's. Mm-hmm. I don't think that anybody comes into this room and asks in a very public way for the resources that they're asking for without having their backs up against the wall. So I think the ask is real. I think it's important. I think that that's the number. Is there many hurdles to get past? For sure. But like say something stupid here. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, or you walk by it and starve. So I think I think it's a necessary conversation. And if you want to put some brackets on the gift, or sorry, I shouldn't call it a gift, on the funding, I think that's perfectly within your right. I understand it's a very difficult decision for you, but I think that there's solutions, and I mean a million four on a $60 million project on a group that brings the kind of gravity to the cultural experience in Regina. I don't know how many different ways I can say it without becoming, me.
I hear you. It's just, the risk, that's.
100% it's risky. 100%. But I mean, all endeavors worthwhile are risky. And I mean, that's a silly thing to say as well. And I know that you're very concerned about being stewards of the public purse. Super important job. I think that there's other easier, less public ways to protect the public purse.
Yeah.
But the problem is that this is in a public forum. And I really think that if you really needed to find a $1.4 million, or if you really needed to find more than that, it's out there. I mean, operationally and I know that, administration, not to, point a finger at anybody, say absolutely we cannot deliver services in any other way unless we have $650 million.
Yeah.
Maybe a road doesn't get repaved for 4 or 5 years. It's that those folks are still going to get to work, or some other situation.
Yeah. I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sickleys, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Hey, Mitch.
Hey.
We've been talking about this a little bit.
We
are
have.
friends, and you know very well how much I love this city and how much I love this province, even though I was born and raised in Winnipeg, and I love this country. Can you mentioned the word, put some brackets on it. And as a business person, two guys talking here, don't worry about the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
What do those brackets look like from your perspective?
I think if you asked me to run an arts organization, it would be a massive failure, right? I have no knowledge in it, right? I think if you ask an arts organization to develop a building, you might have some issues, mm-hmm. right? So I think that those brackets might look like maybe it's an adjunct to the board, a committee set up that answers to the board, that is tasked with helping navigate their way through this situation. I think it's as simple as that. I mean, if there's other concerns going on, maybe there's something that can be done with the title to the asset. Maybe you put some brackets around that, some caveats on that to protect the investment. So there's I think a number of ways, and what I can say is I'm sure that there are a number of plausible and acceptable things that could be proposed to safeguard the investment without micromanaging the organization, but still giving the city some confidence on the governance issues that I think that you have concerns about, because certainly you haven't been involved long term, like nor should you have been. They're a separate organization, but the fact that we are here today would give you pause. Absolutely. So I think that you could at least get in the room, if you will.
Yeah.
At the very least, get in the room. So
you're pretty close to the organization, and some people have been commenting that this is real all over again. I see you smiling. Let me give you a chance to talk a little bit about that. What are your comments?
Sure.
To those folks.
I have a lot of that person who said it was real all over again. It could have been me, and I think that I think that the structure of real, and this goes back 40 years ago, and we don't have to debate the structure, but I think it was destined not to go well. At some point in time, it was going to break down. I think that the Globe has shown that it can operate very well. It's been doing it for 60 years. It's a capital thing. With real, a lot of the issue was a capital thing. I could sense that there's a want for a lot of detail, a lot of minutia about what are the actual costs. And I'm not sure to what end.
Yeah.
Are we trying to say that, oh, well, don't pay that contractor $100 because he put in a faulty hinge, pay him $95? I think that that's a fool's errand, and that's not the solution. The solution is to accept where we're at, to do the due diligence to make sure that we understand, but not to micromanage it, to come up and empower folks, whether it be administration or others, to say, look, let's get together and find a solution. And I think that going and rehashing and which I think that there was a lot of gnashing of teeth, and the thing with real went on for 2 or 3 years, and maybe it ended up at the exact spot it should have been, and maybe not. That's not for me to say. But when I say it, we don't want another real, I mean, we don't want this to drag on and to have this public spectacle as a community about not being able to deal with something in a forthright fashion, which we have an opportunity to do right now.
One last thing, and it's really about, defining what this amount of money is for. And you hinted at it earlier, that it's not a bailout, that it's, and I can't call it an investment because it's tax dollars, so people are going to go after me for using the word investment. It's tax money. It's people's after-tax income that they pay their property tax with that is going to fund this. But what we're doing is saying that...
Councilor, I just want to make sure you have a question for him.
I'm sorry. So can you please just give us a couple minutes on, why it's not a bailout?
It's not a bailout because a bailout to me indicates an organization that is incapable of running its day-to-day operations. So you're coming to their rescue. This is not the case. The Globe is in this situation because there was an overage on the costs, and they voluntarily started to pay their reserves, use their reserves to pay the interest on that outstanding capital. So really, this money goes in part to replacing those reserves and allowing them to operate in the manner that they've always operated in. So to me, this is a capital issue. This is a cost of the building issue. A bailout to me is you've got an incompetent board, you've got an incompetent administration that can't run their day-to-day operations, which is not the case.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any further questions, Mitch. So thanks for your time and presentation today. You can return to the gallery. And also, we're a little bit past our break. So we're going to take our 15-minute break now, and we will be back at 4:40. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Next. Okay. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation D26-74, Zarka Nawaz. Okay, and once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
My name is Zarka Nawaz. I live in Regina, Saskatchewan, and I'm representing myself. And I start?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. I created a little mosque on the prairie, and this October.
Oh, hold on 1 second. We lost your mic there. Oh.
Is it me? Did I do something?
No, it wasn't you. Our system, we had new system.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
I can just pull it over if she's willing. If she's able.
Yeah, maybe we've had some success just with the middle mic. So just so we don't have that glitch, maybe we'll try if you don't mind moving to the middle microphone, if that's okay. And then you can start over just so you're not interrupted by the microphone. Once I get you on here, are we good? Okay, yeah, you can start. Feel free to start over where we start your time there.
No worries. I am the creator of Little Mosque on the Prairie, and this October, the Globe Theatre will premiere my new play, Mosque Heist. I'm here because I believe supporting the Globe Theatre isn't just about funding a theatre. It's about investing in Saskatchewan's future stories. 20 years ago, Little Mosque on the Prairie sounded like a terrible idea. A sitcom about Muslims praying in the basement of a church because they couldn't afford a mosque. On paper, it didn't exactly scream international hit. Somehow, it worked, and just recently, 20 years after it first premiered, Netflix and Disney Plus both licensed the series and started streaming it to new audiences. That's the thing about great stories. They keep working long after the curtain comes down. In fact, Little House on the Prairie has just recently been rebooted, and I had a young person come up to me and they thought Little House got the idea from Little Mosque. I didn't have the heart to correct them. We don't have many exports that introduce millions of people to Saskatchewan. Stories do. Look at Newfoundland. Come From Away became a Broadway hit, toured the world, and suddenly people everywhere knew about Gander. One remarkable story became one of Newfoundland and Labrador's greatest ambassadors. We've seen that here too. Corner Gas and Little Mosque gave people around the world a picture of Saskatchewan that no tourism campaign could buy. The challenge is that nobody knows which story will be the next one. If we did, we'd all be rich. Every lasting success starts with the same way, with someone taking a chance on an original idea. And that's exactly what the Globe Theatre does. This October, it's premiering Mosque Heist, the first comedy about robbing a mosque on the holiest night of the year. I have no idea whether it'll become the next Little Mosque. Nobody does. But I do know this. If we don't invest in original Saskatchewan stories, we'll never find out. When you support the Globe, you're not just funding a season of theatre, you're investing in the possibility that the next story to put Saskatchewan on the world stage starts right here. Oh, I made it with 3 minutes to spare. Oh, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for producing this show. I can't wait to go see it and encourage everyone to buy tickets. You were talking about how the Globe Theatre is part of the community and what it means to theater kids and arts and accessibility and inclusivity. And do you want to talk a little bit more about that and how that is important to a community and a sense of belonging?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they have commissioned a play about a heist at a mosque, I feel like this is the first time we are seeing such original material at the Globe, and it's bringing in a new audience of people who have never seen themselves on theater before, and it's a whole community that will be coming downtown and be revitalizing the downtown. I mean, what I've been hearing today is how important it is to bring people and audiences to the Globe, and this is an opportunity to open it up to, we've had a huge influx of immigration and new Canadians coming to Saskatchewan in the last 15 years. And I think this is such an incredible opportunity for them to see their stories being told in a venerable institution like the Globe.
And to the community that's involved in producing the plays, the actors, the directors, the theater schools. What do they get out of it? Is it money? Is it business? Or is it a sense of belonging and a sense of community that they're building?
I think they get all of those things, I would hope. Money, opportunity, a sense of connection. We are bringing people, we are hiring within the province, outside of the province. People are getting very excited within the province, and outside of the province is starting to generate a lot of buzz and interest because of the association with Little Mosque as well. And I'm sensing that, people outside of the province also want to take this, Saskatchewan-based play and create the same opportunities outside of Saskatchewan.
And with the improvements to the Globe Theatre, am I correct in saying it is one of the few theaters that actually has an accessible stage for people with disabilities and things to equally participate?
It does, yes.
So someone with a disability could be on stage as an equal participant on like other stages? Absolutely,
Yes, they have made those accommodations.
Yeah, and that would be pretty unique, would it not?
It would be an incredible opportunity, yes.
And the Globe Theatre itself, is there very many theaters around in Canada or tourist draws or?
I would have to ask Jennifer.
We're the only one.
We are the only one.
So it's so it's a bit of a unique experience here in Regina.
It's an incredibly unique experience. Yes, people are also talking to me about coming from outside of the provinces. I've had people reach out from Winnipeg saying we're buying tickets to come to Saskatchewan just to see this.
Great, you're leading into my next question, which is they're coming to Saskatchewan to see this play. They're purchasing tickets. So is that like a part of the tourism economic? And how are the ticket sales going for your play?
They're incredible. I believe opening day has almost sold out. I had a friend call me panicked going. She wanted a seat in the front and they were all gone. And she was starting to panic. And so I'm letting people know you've got to buy them quickly because they're selling out. Because of the reputation of Little Mosque, it's spreading across the prairies and outside. And people are calling me, and I think how many thousands have we? Yeah, they're in the thousands. Yeah, the sales are very strong. Yeah.
Awesome. So the sales are doing great. So if this isn't a reflection of your operation sales or anything like that, and you expect to do really great with this play?
Oh yeah, we're expecting to sell out 100%. Yes.
All right. And how does it affect you being here today, having to deal with this difficult question?
I'm really hopeful. I do believe from all the conversations that I've been hearing that people on this council care deeply about this city, and getting the city revitalized is important. So I have 100% confidence in all of you that you will give a positive result to this funding application.
And how many people are involved in a play? Like how many people are employed or part of this or part of the economic impact, or who are going downtown every day as a result of your play?
I wouldn't say I'm the best person to ask. I'm thinking hundreds. I mean, I'm defer to this question to Jennifer.
So yeah, we'll have to be careful. We can't.
Oh, sorry.
Reference
Keep doing that.
the
I
gallery,
apologize.
yeah, just to follow procedure.
Okay.
Yep.
100. I believe the answer was about 100.
And around 60 in the cast or something like that. So like your play is a large employer as well.
It's a massive employer. Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I'll let other people ask questions if they have any.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I like this Who Wants to Be a Millionaire version. It's kind of interesting. With your play, you mentioned drawing people from out of province, never having any experience with anything like this. When you put on a play, do you get backing from tourism agencies, or what kind of partners come on with a play like the one you're putting together?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. That's more of a. I'm not allowed to turn. Yeah,
I can repeat it
I'm not allowed to turn around. I have the people who would know the answer are behind me, but I don't think I'm allowed to look at them. So
just
you've used your lifelines already,
Councillor Mancinelli. I'll maybe just check with the clerk. I think there's a way if there's somebody that could help with some of this. So do you want to maybe speak to that?
I could also wait till someone else comes up, a delegate that might be better to answer these questions. I know there's some further in the list.
If there, yeah. Why don't you come and join as part of the delegation, and then that way you can help answer some questions. Sure.
Hi. This is the bad bike. Oh, it's on.
Yep.
We have operational partnerships with tourism agencies, and each production also has individual sponsors and supporters. So there's a lot of tourism draw to this show in particular, but to the season as a whole.
Okay, so the investment is worth recognizing that this is the deal. This is something counted on from a lot of agencies.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And thanks, Councillor Turnbull, for triggering that question.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions from council members for you, so thank you again for your presentation, and you can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Okay, next I'd like to call upon delegation DE 26-75, Jocelyn Lang. And I'll get you to go to the middle seat, if that's okay.
I don't know if you can see me over the screen though. I need a cushion.
Okay, once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, through the chair, your worship, city councilors. Thank you for seeing us today. We really appreciate your time and commitment to all of your citizens. My name is Jocelyn Lang. I have lived in Regina for 28 years. My husband Murray and I own an insurance and investment company, Fieldview Financial Services, and we've rented office space in the downtown Regina area for 25 years. I am also a past president of the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce, and I have been a Globe volunteer and sponsor partner since 2003. And just very quickly as an aside, I often phrase it that I owe the Globe my career. Through a volunteer opportunity in 2003, still being relatively new to the community, I was able to get involved and meet a whole new crowd of people that really helped build my career when I changed careers a few years later. Today, I pay my debt. I joined the Globe Board of Directors in 2020, and I'm currently serving as the vice chair. And I apologize that our chair is not here today, but he is in Tokyo. So. Globe Theatre was also one of the first events, cultural or sport events, that I attended when I had a transfer opportunity from Winnipeg to Regina in the fall of 1998. I saw an incredible performance in an incredible venue, and I was immediately impressed by the city's art scene and was happy to relocate. I am one of the sticky ones. I thought at the time it would be temporary, but it wasn't. I have been a taxpayer since then, and my family and I make our home here. I'm here today to express my support for the Globe Theatre's request for a final capital investment of the $1.38 million. I appreciate that there has been much deliberation and many questions about this additional request of our much valued partner. I'll provide some context and history if I can. The initial project was jointly supported by the city, the province, the federal governments, and the community. The project started prior to COVID, but like every other building project in the country, was subject to significant delays due to shutdown periods, rising costs of supplies, and changes to tax structure. While our redevelopment partners were confident we had forecast for many of the challenges we might face renovating a 100-plus-year-old building, no one could have predicted the challenges of delays of renovating through COVID, and unfortunately, there were additional significant structure issues discovered that could not be left unaddressed as the project evolved. As mentioned earlier, the Globe had built up strong cash reserves over many years in advance of this significant project, and we have unfortunately had to use those funds. We have offset as much of the additional expense as we could at this point. The Globe Theatre delivers significant value to Regina. The redevelopment project provides for expanded rehearsal and performance spaces, expanded educational space, community space, accessible space, and that significantly broadens our ability to serve more residents in Regina and surrounding area. Because of the investment that the City of Regina has already made, we have a revitalized downtown with a cultural anchor and traffic draw that many municipalities are envious of. As Police Chief Davies mentions in her populated downtown makes a safer city for everyone. But downtown needs continued support. Constructions, closures have altered traffic patterns, and our downtown businesses need traffic to avoid further closures. The Globe Theatre generates $23 million of economic impact to South Saskatchewan. That is not insignificant in the greater scheme and picture of what we're discussing today. Since returning to the building, our operations have been very strong. Our return to the round season saw 34,000 patrons attend in 2024-25, and this number grew to 50,000 patrons for 25-26 season. Ticket sales are very strong for a much anticipated 26 season, kicked off by Heist. Mosque Heist, thank you. The business community does continue to partner with us through sponsorships, naming rights, and we are very grateful to our community leaders, our corporate partners, and our individual donors who have helped generate a significant amount, $8 million approximately, of capital funding towards this project. And this work and these partnerships are ongoing. But as I'm sure you can appreciate, these relationships take time to foster, build, and develop and execute. The renovated building is now part of Tourism Regina options to attract events and conventions. This iconic theatre in the round, she stole my thunder, the only one of its kind in Canada, should be protected as a cherished heritage site.
30 seconds remaining.
As mentioned, this is not a request for operational subsidy. It's an investment in infrastructure and a beloved city asset. It is a request for the City of Regina to continue to show leadership in supporting the professional arts and the downtown community. Pausing work would be disastrous. Very quickly, on a personal note, I'm also the proud parent of aspiring theater artists. There are other parents of theater artists here, and there are also theater artists and production artists in the room today. We all want Regina to be a city where theater artists can work professionally, to come from across the country, to stay, to be sticky. This is about jobs, family stability. On behalf of the Globe Board of Directors, we recognize this is a significant ask. But we believe the Globe is not just about theatre, it's about downtown, it's about businesses, it's about protecting corporate partners and donors who have invested, and the city's wellness as a whole. I can assure you, if we had had another timely option, we would have pursued it. This final investment into the capital renovation project demonstrates to other government partners the city's commitment to protecting what matters and provides us time to finish our pathway work with the federal government. I urge you to vote yes and keep our city and our downtown vibrant and full of life. Thank you, with 1 second to spare. Mic drop.
So a long 1 second, but thank you for the presentation.
Oh, thanks for the extra 5 seconds.
Okay. Okay, I'll look to questions from council members. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Hi, Jocelyn. Thank you for that presentation. I'm wondering, from your perspective, was there anything else that you wanted to add in terms of I see there are a number of folks who are from the business community that are supporting this ask. So from your experience, is there anything you want to add as to the why we have such a high turnout of folks from that community supporting this project?
Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Flores. I think it just speaks to the broad viability of professional arts. I think that professional arts doesn't need to be sacrificed at the cost of something else and vice versa. I think there's room for both. And I think that it's just a huge draw for the city, for the residents. It keeps us here. It gives us places for our kids to go to summer camp. It gives people places to work. It gives corporate businesses opportunity to promote through partnerships and sponsorships. It gives them a way to give back to the community that they are doing business in and hopefully having the opportunity to thrive in. So I think a full room today really demonstrates the support that we have. It's very broad.
Thank you for that. And through you, Chair, you mentioned a $23 million economic impact to South Saskatchewan. Could you elaborate a little bit more of that? Just paint a picture of what
Yes,
does that mean
thank
to
you.
the everyday
Yeah.
citizen?
Thank you for that question as well. So working through with our partners such as tourism, the Hotels Association, the restaurants, the bars, we know that there's a huge amount of provincial PST that is paid on ticket sales as well as liquor tax. So, we're very cognizant that the impact creates a lot of jobs, creates work for other people coming downtown who are then paying to park potentially for a few hours while they dine, seeing the show, potentially staying overnight in one of the hotels, and maybe taking in some other cultural, the Science Center, a rider game, making a weekend out of it, a visit, So we know that there's a significant spend that way.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. Right now, the Globe is at a crucial moment here, and I'd like to talk about the structure of the board. A board like the Globe's needs to balance both the artistic side and the business side of the house. And right now, the finance is the elephant in the room, and seems like theater operations are going nicely here. My question to you is, do you have the proper business and finance experience on the board to deal with this crisis? And have you considered any changes to the board, the creation of an advisory committee, other options to improve, to leverage improved finance and business experience to navigate this critical juncture?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I would say yes. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that we take this, ask very seriously. And I think we are open to all conversations. We are open to all opportunities that may be presented. But I think also those things take time. Those take time to develop. And even if we were to put a task force in place, we need time. And we don't have time right now. I think the partners that we have worked with through the execution of this building, the partners who won the bids to execute, so P3A Architecture, PCL, we use BTY Financial Consultants as part of this. I think we've had some great stewardship and steerage of the project. But when you renovate, I'll just go back to renovate a heritage property, and the roof needs to be replaced, and there is no other option, you end up in a place where you have to make very difficult decisions. And so decisions were made. Here we are. What do we do now? We're open to all ideas and conversations, but what we don't have is time right now to execute and get us to a place where those things will be helpful.
Okay, thank you. And so we've heard about the problems with construction and things were discovered in the very old building here. And I'm going to ask, and maybe this is better for the next delegation, please advise. Where did things go wrong? Was it a surprise when some of these things cropped up, and should they have been anticipated, or did people have rose-colored glasses as they're proceeding with this project?
I think in all hope, we all enter a renovation project. I know I've done renovations in office spaces and in my home. We all hope that they're going to go smoothly and well, and they just don't always, plus the additional complexities. But maybe I will defer that to Oz to speak to in his delegation.
That is it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn, for being here. Kind of reminds me of a play that I saw called Master Plan. And it seems like there could be the architect of the master plan sitting behind you, and where to get the money from. That being said, I'm a very big supporter of the Globe. I know a lot of my fellow councillors are a big supporter of the Globe. And we want this thing to succeed. Very much we want it to succeed. The question is, particularly, you're on the board of directors. You have a very long-standing 60 years in the city operating, and in that operational experience, like, you kind of had your balance sheets balance out between your operational revenues and your expense. Pretty much for the most part, every year it balances out. This year, you're coming to us with a big ask for the operational side of the equation, and putting COVID aside, putting the renovation aside, what's happening financially on the operational side of the equation that you're coming for this ask?
So I'll defer that question as well to Oz, just because I know they are going to touch on it in their delegation, if that's okay, in their presentation.
We'll look forward to that in the master plan.
I will mention, though, that one of the actresses from Master Plan was here, and Greg Ochitwa is here as well, who was one of the five actors.
We see him right behind you.
Yes, he is. Yes, right here. So.
Okay, we'll defer that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for being here. I heard you mention that you are a theater mom and theater school, and I don't think we've talked much about what happens to the Globe Theater when it's not just a play. So what else happens at the Globe Theater that supports the community, and what other programming does it provide?
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for that great question. Yeah, I've been a theater school mom for 10 years. And I think that the evolution of what we can do with the theater school is massive. I think that perhaps there's a lack of appreciation for the difficulty of sometimes receiving acting and theater training. Often we have to travel to larger centers. As mentioned, my son is an aspiring actor. We just spent a couple weeks in Toronto, a week in New York at my expense. I would just like to clarify as well, not his. And, to seek those opportunities, it's very difficult in a smaller center. But our theater school is very different in that we provide year-round programming. Greg and his team do an absolutely extraordinary job. We also provide programming for, accessible partners that we work with, specifically the Autism Resource Center. We've had a very long relationship with them. And actually on the break, Lisa Avery and I from Globe were just discussing how we expand that further. What are some of the other opportunities? And one other comment I'll just make about the renovation of this building is it actually now creates an opportunity for a new multi-use space in the city. So in between those shows, as you mentioned, corporate partners can rent, as we've already seen happen. It's a place that we can showcase Regina when delegations come from, all over Canada, North America, and the world. So that will create an income stream for us too, moving forward. But I think the theater school is really one of the crowns in the jewel of creating that accessibility for kids to do training here at home and not always have to leave.
And when, not just for theater school or stuff, as being a business owner, what is the kind of the domino effect of bringing someone to the Globe Theater to the businesses around it, like going for coffee or going this, like what is the economic impact from bringing people to theater school or to events and all of that?
It is my favorite thing when we host an event and a client says to me, "Oh, I've never been to Globe before." I'm like, "How is that possible? Like, really, this building's been here for 60 years." But I love creating that opportunity for somebody to appreciate, enjoy live theater, and often they're hooked and then, buying tickets and season tickets. We just had a partner in from Toronto for different meetings and mentioned to him about art or Arsenic and Old Lace, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, I'd love to come." Bought tickets from Toronto to come to a show, which is so great. And I think the other piece, can't stress enough about the value of being the only theater in the round in Canada. That also creates a really interesting training opportunity for artists and production artists to work in a total different medium than a Persephone stage that they're used to. Otherwise, they'd have to go to London, to work in Shakespeare's original theater in the round. So what an incredible training ground that this now is as well.
I've personally been to a few events, which I didn't think would be at the Globe Theater. So if you speak a little bit more, like I went to the Women's Distinction Awards, and I think there was a Coilers event. So is the Globe Theater expanding into more revenue making options past just theater?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you are looking at all of those different ways and innovative tools.
It is now a very viable space to use for multi-purpose. The previous space was not.
Okay, and then you mentioned that the main ask is to ask for time. And is that correct? You're not asking council for a bailout, because then you'd be asking us for everything, but what you're asking us is for the gift of time and leadership?
The gift of time and leadership, I think it was mentioned earlier in Mitch's presentation as well, that I think that the signal of the city supporting is a very strong signal to the federal government and the federal partners. There are a lot of conversations happening. There is very positive conversations happening. And as mentioned, it is a bit of a domino, and it's who's going to blink first. And we need help. I think in conversations with Mayor Chad, he's mentioned that, he's the mayor of the city and he's having a hard time navigating, getting to a yes. We need somebody to help us get to a yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much for being here and advocating. I think we all recognize what a jewel the Globe is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. Thanks for volunteering and for your leadership. Please know I'll do what I can. I also support the Globe. I need to ask maybe several direct, hard questions, because when we earn and maintain public trust, we always want to be direct and honest with our neighbors, particularly when we're asking to use their money. In the coming weeks, should council say no to this request today, what happens to the Globe Theatre?
Well, I sure hope we don't get to that point. I think we'll pivot again as quickly as we can in the hopes of raising some additional funds in the community. But I think we have leaned on the community already quite heavily. And while there are probably some pockets out there, I think it's going to be a challenging ask to bring majority of what we need without the feds. I think that's going to be a challenge.
Thank you. Through the chair, certainly we want the Globe to own the building. From the board's perspective, so through the chair to you, if the board starts to believe that the Globe may become insolvent, can we have the board's commitment that you'll work with the city as a partner to look at all sort of ownership and management options so we can ensure that that building's intended usage is protected, as well as a very material public investment, both from government, but as you mentioned, from your donors?
For sure. And I think as mentioned to Councillor Burton that, we're protecting a lot of investments here. Personal, public, corporate, there's a lot of things at stake. And so we are not, we're open to all conversations and all partnerships.
So thank you through the chair. Toward maybe just to be a little bit more clear, if the board believes at some point that the Globe will be unable to pay its bills, would the board be willing to commit that you then would work with the city as a partner to examine all options so we can protect the building's intended usage for the long term?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Through the chair, if the federal government says no, and there's no federal money, from the board's perspective, how viable is the continued operations of Globe Theatre?
Operationally, season ticket sales are very strong, individual ticket sales are very strong, but the debt on the capital is crippling.
Thank you for that. Maybe an easier question for now, and thank you for that. I really appreciate your honesty. You mentioned that you're a business owner, obviously you're a board member, you have deep ties to the arts. Tell me why you're on the board and what the Globe means to you and through you to your family and maybe your peer network.
Just to balance things too, I'll share that we're also a sport family. My older son's a hockey player, and his middle name is Ryder after the 07 Grey Cup win. Even though I moved here from Winnipeg, like George, and had a blood transfusion to bleed green when I moved here. So just we're a very balanced family and appreciate sport as much as we do with the arts. However, I will say, and to reiterate my opening comments, that the Globe was an intrinsic part of my moving to Regina. Not as an artist, I am not a working artist, as an aspiring artist maybe, but it just created a way to be part of the community for me as a newcomer to the city when I didn't know anybody other than through my, at the time, job and through my husband and his community. So it gave me a place to create my own space, is really what it was. Meet my own like-minded people who shared my passion for arts and community wellness. And that's why I've been a volunteer and a donor and a corporate sponsor for many years, but also of the renovation project too.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Really
David.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks, Jocelyn. Just one question so you can speak to it. So if council says yes today, when does the work start, or if it has started already, to address the capital deficit that you guys are facing?
Thank you. Through the chair, that's a great question, Mayor. And I would share with you very honestly and personally that the work started significant amount of time before we are here in front of you today. There have been many stones unturned, many conversations, through our partners like Mitch, many of our other large corporate sponsors. Those conversations have been happening. Sourcing and finding and securing new corporate partners, though, as I mentioned, takes time. You need to foster and build those relationships. And this uncertainty doesn't help. So having the certainty with a yes sure helps persuade those corporate partners that now is a good time as well as the public. I think that there will be a tremendous amount of support, as we've seen here today, as you've all seen, I'm sure, with a lot of emails in your inboxes and hopefully calls to your phones, that there's a tremendous amount of support for the Globe within Regina and the area.
Great, thank you for that. And I don't see any other questions, so thank you for presenting today. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation D 26-76, Oz Weaver. And again, we'll get you in the middle seat there. Okay, and once you are settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you are ready.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for having me here today. My name's Oz Weaver, and I'm the Executive Director of the Globe Theatre. I'm here today to speak to about the Globe and what it means to Regina and why this final capital investment matters. I want to begin personally. I moved to Regina 1 year and 8 months ago for this role. I am not the only person who's made that kind of move to work at the Globe. I've also invested in this city personally. I bought a home near downtown in Councillor Flores' ward. I'm not speaking today as someone who is passing through. I'm speaking as someone who believes and invests in the city and the future of its downtown. The Globe just completed its very strong 60th anniversary season. We grew from approximately 34,000 patrons last season to more than 50,000 in 1 year. More than 25% of our patrons come from outside Regina. This season, we exceeded our box office target. This revenue is invested right back into our operations as a not-for-profit charity. Our anticipated $6.6 million budget this year, 85% of the revenue earned is 85% is earned revenue, with only 15% coming from government, including the generous support of this council of $127,000 a year for operations. That is not a profile of an organization in decline. The operations and fundamentals are strong, audiences are growing, revenue is growing, the community is showing up. The issue before you today is not an operational crisis. It's a capital funding issue. Over the past 5 years, the Globe has undertaken one of the largest arts infrastructure projects in Saskatchewan's history. Despite a global pandemic, unprecedented inflation, escalating construction costs, supply chain disruptions, and the realities of restoring an historic building, the project has transformed a 68,000 square foot heritage property into a modern performing arts facility at a total project cost of only $50 million. The Globe has served for more than 60 years. For generations, it has been a place where Saskatchewan stories are told, artists are employed, students are inspired, families gather, and the audience experience the power of live performance. The renewed Globe is now in a position to serve Regina for the next 60 years and beyond. You have a letter before you from Chief Davies of the Regina Police Service. In that letter, she speaks to the importance of active public spaces downtown and to the role the Globe plays in bringing thousands of people into the core throughout the year. She also notes that losing the Globe would be a loss for downtown safety. That matters. A successful downtown is not created by one building or one organization. It is created by activity, by people and residents having a reason to come downtown after 5 p.m. The Globe is among those reasons. The economic impact is also significant. The Globe generates nearly $23 million in annual economic impact for the province and up from $12.5 million last year. It supports more than 150 jobs. It generates $7.5 million in visitor spending. This is not simply a cultural value. It is a measurable economic activity. Nationally, the Globe is being recognized. The Canada Council for the Arts recently ranked the Globe third in the country among theatres with budgets over $2 million. That is what is at stake. Today, the Globe Theatre is requesting a final one-time capital investment of $1,386,000 from the City of Regina. This is not a bridge loan. This is not an operating subsidy. This is not a request to rescue an organization in decline. It is a final municipal investment required to complete and close out the Globe Theatre capital project, protect the city's existing investment, and ensure that nearly 50 million cultural infrastructure project in the heart of downtown Regina reaches a financially responsible conclusion. Over the course of the renovation, the Globe used more than $2.9 million of our own operating cash to advance capital costs, service project-related debt, pay urgent obligations, and keep the project moving forward while waiting for final government funding decisions. Those decisions protected the project. They also depleted the organization's operating cash reserves and created the liquidity challenge we are now facing. That is why this distinction matters so much. The Globe's operations are working. The capital project has created financial pressure. If this final investment is approved, it helps solve two issues at once. It provides immediate cash flow stability, and it completes the city's final role in the overall
remaining.
capital funding plan. Together with the pending $12 million federal infrastructure application, final donor contributions, sponsorships, reductions, and lender support, this investment allows us to close out the capital project without forcing the Globe to carry long-term mortgage that would compromise operations for years. We are not asking the city to start something new. We're asking the city to help finish what has already been built. The request before you also aligns directly with the city's strategic goals for vibrancy. That is what the city needs, and that is what the Globe helps make possible. Mayor, councillors, thank you again for your time today, and I hope we can create a clear path forward together.
Great. Thank you for your presentation, Oz. I'll go to questions from councillors. I have Councillor Flores up first. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you for that presentation and for that information. I know you were able to touch on quite a bit, but just so we can have a bigger picture, and so folks at home can get a sense of some of these things, can you please elaborate a bit more of when we're talking about operations versus capital? Because what I'm hearing is the issue here is the capital debt, but the operations are successful. Can you elaborate a bit more on that, please?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. That is correct. The operations are sound and have done well for 60 years. There was a reason why we were able to cash flow a project to over $2 million, almost $3 million from our operating reserves. It's a successful company that was able to build reserves and be able to have our own backup to keep this project moving forward. We also took on significant debt to service this project, not the operations. The $11.1 million mortgage is capital only. We took on that mortgage and we cash advanced from the operations so that we could open this building and start putting theater on our stages, which is the true economic driver and what brings people downtown. The Globe and its board 2.5 years ago could have chosen not to take out a mortgage and waited to fundraise, to wait for governments, and we would not have had the economic activity that we've enjoyed over the last 2 years of the Globe being open. We leaned on our operations to satisfy capital. Our operations are strong enough that we could do that.
Thank you for that. And maybe to elaborate a bit more of that, just for those that are wondering, how did we get here? You know, for those of those folks in the community who are asking us, you know, why do you, maybe they were irresponsible with their money, why are we giving them money? How did we get here? Maybe paint a picture of why the capital debt is there and how it got there.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Chair. I want to touch on one piece that I think is important to understand where the project came from. This project has been managed by quite an impressive array of firms. We have an award-winning P3A architecture, who not only did they design the building, as anyone who's built a building knows, they stay on as your project consultant and designer. That we've worked diligently through the entire project with them. BTY Financial has been managing all of the project finances. We also manage the project finances in our internal team, but we have an external team. We worked with Colliers for a number of years, and now we're working with BTY to make sure that every dollar is spent properly, and that we are being billed properly. Another piece of that is we weren't allowed to take loan draws without BTY or Colliers approving it, P3A approving it, the contractor approving it, and then our lawyer approving it, and then the Connexus Bank approving it. There is levels upon levels upon levels of financial management that goes into a project this big that is being run by a charity with a mortgage that big. So that's just the financial. On our side, we have quite an incredible board of directors. We have people like Mitch Molnar, who are in our sphere, who we can ask questions to. Obviously, you saw he can speak to the project quite fluently. On top of that, we had a project manager, Bob Friesen. If you've never met him, he's great. He was a senior vice president of Stantec for the Prairie Division. On top of that, Leanne Croft, from the partner of 1080 Architects, is one of our board members. She sat on the board for the entirety of the project and also ran the capital committee. This project had a lot of eyes on it. Mitch touched on it, Jocelyn touched on it. It is a massive project. It's 68,000 square feet in a 120 plus year old building that has been time expired. And if you don't know what time expired means, because I didn't before I started, time expired means the building was falling down and we had to get out or it was going to fall down around us. You couldn't do a minor renovation. And so back when this project first started, it was brought to City Council to get the ICIP funding. We needed City Council approval to get the rest of the governments. That was under Mayor Fouget. I do think he made the right choice that he linked that funding to us staying in that building downtown. However, that does create issues when you renovate a heritage property. Things will pop up no matter how many surveys you do. While you start disassembling the building, one of them was the grand staircase. The original grand staircase wasn't held on by anything. So as they removed things around it, they wondered how it hadn't collapsed already. So now, all of a sudden, we had a new staircase. The same with the roof. Core sample was taken as they started doing the renovation, and then they realized it was not as stable as originally thought. And then we have another $3 million roof. Construction is very expensive, especially in a heritage project. We broke ground at the beginning of 2020, January, February. I wasn't there, but we all know what happened months after. We were hit by a pandemic, and as soon as the construction could start again, we started. But we were plagued by resources being more expensive. We have continued to build the building through Trump's tariffs, which have also cost us money. These are the concerns that will always happen with a building of this scope and scale at 68,000 square feet, 5 stories. This is a huge project. It's mammoth. So the fact that we only spent $50 million on it is pretty impressive for how big this building is. And when we compare this to cultural infrastructure projects for the last 10 years across Canada, 26 projects that we compared to, we're 22nd of the lowest spent on a project. That goes up to over $700 million. We delivered a state-of-the-art theater that is known across Canada. We bring in people like Zarka, who are excited to work at the Globe because it is state-of-the-art and it's beautiful. And it is a $50 million building, and the money was all very well spent.
Thank you for that. And to elaborate a bit more on, you mentioned other projects. To your knowledge, are there any similar projects across the country in situations like yours, or is the Globe unique with the pandemic and the tariffs and all this increased costs?
No, we're not unique. I couldn't give you the exact amount of projects. We have myself, the board, Jennifer, senior staff have talked to other of our colleagues across Canada about projects that they've had issues with too. And this spans outside of culture. This is any infrastructure project. They often go over. I think the city is well aware of that as you manage infrastructure projects yourself. And of the ICIP funding, which was investing in Canadian infrastructure projects, a number of those projects did go over. We don't have the exact number. It's not a number that the government relays. But in my conversations with Minister Champagne, the finance minister of Canada, he talked about the idea that the federal government was very well aware that there was an issue with infrastructure projects that were being built during the pandemic, that a lot of them went over, and this is something that they are taking very seriously.
Thank you for that. can you speak to what has been done, like the work that has been done to advocate to all other orders of government as well as the private sector? I know our previous delegate mentioned that this has been ongoing already before. It's not something you guys are waiting for. So could you elaborate a bit more on all the work that has been done to knock on those doors, to turn those stones and all of that?
Yeah, I'll start with private funding. That started a decade ago, to know if there was even money there to fund this project, by Ruth Smiley and team. It has continued through Jennifer Bruin as artistic director, Jamie Bolt as executive director, by Her Honor Bernadette McIntyre. Bernadette Peters, a very famous actress, very different than Bernadette McIntyre, and now oversaw by Heather Irvin. In the package we submitted today, you can read Heather's bio. She has over 20-ish, we won't age her. She has over 20 years experience in fundraising, in PR, in community engagement. She, over the last year and a half, has raised over $2.6 million in private funds to continue this project. We have a robust fundraising team. We also have a board that cares, and we're out in community, and Mitch is the proof. We work with people like Mitch and others that have money, that run companies that have money, and all of their names are on the project. There are a few missing for sure. Arts and culture isn't for everyone, or they've already invested in something else and that was their investment that year. But we sure as heck are asking them again now. And we will keep on asking, because we also operationally fundraise every year. So that's another tricky part about fundraising for us. We are dual fundraising right now. We are fundraising for capital, and we have to fundraise for operations, and we've been doing that successfully through the last 3 years and the last 2 years that we've been open. So it's a tricky thing to navigate, but I think we've done it quite well. Our interactions with the provincial government were deep. We worked directly with different ministers, with their staff, with the DM and the ADM. We hired Prairie Sky Advocacy to help us with the conversations. And unfortunately, as we know, in March, the province declined to increase their original funding. The same thing we do with federal government. It's a dynamic thing to work with the federal government, especially as a small arts organization, but we enjoy a really warm and connective relationship with them. Ministers take our call. We've had 4 federal ministers in the building since we opened the building, doing presentations, hosting events. Suma hosted the Minister of Finance. We are in constant conversation and continue to work with them on all different options. We haven't just asked for infrastructure. We posed the question half a year ago, is it just from infrastructure, or does it look like it's from heritage? What about this bucket? As with any large advocacy work, we try to help them also see what possibilities. And so even if this infrastructure funding does not come through this specific grant, we're not dead in the water with the government. We still are highly anticipating that. It is a great infrastructure project, but we have other mechanisms, and we have already started conversations months to protect ourselves and our own avocation. What does that look like? What are the other options? We also have some local liberal fans and friends who are not currently in government but have been in different capacities, who are advocating on our behalf. I know that City Council has also advocated on our behalf. The mayor and all of the councillors have sent in some incredible letters. These things help us with our avocation, and even the direct contacts that I know have also happened. That immediately comes back to us, which then starts a new conversation. Even if we don't ask from the right ministry, well, at least we talk to the federal Minister of Finance again. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that. So, and I just want to make sure this is clear, and this is why I'm asking again, because this is something that our residents will rightly so ask us. You know, we are being asked for a large sum of money. You know, why is the Globe doing this? So if I were to answer to a resident, is because the Globe has been doing everything they can prior to this ask and beyond this ask to make sure they stay afloat through this it's not an operation issue, as you've stated, but a capital issue. Would I be correct in making that statement to residents that the Globe is actively, has been actively, and will actively be working to make sure that the funds are there to continue this operation?
With this grant support, absolutely.
All right. And just a couple more questions, because we have heard about the economic impact, not only to Saskatchewan in general, but if we're talking about the city itself, I have anecdotally heard from some folks about their intent to stay and open downtown in connection to the Globe. Could you speak about what have you heard from businesses in the area and from the sector? I know we have a letter from the chamber about it, in terms of what the Globe staying where it is open and operating means to their bottom line and to their ability to stay in business and succeed in business in our downtown area.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we've heard the same thing. We enjoy a lot of great relationships with the businesses downtown. One of the owners of O'Hanlon, sorry, I should say the whole name, not our, and Copper Kettle. We have a discount if you show your ticket. You also get free parking, and it also takes out billboards on our behalf to advertise, come downtown, have a meal at Copper Kettle, see a show. Fabian, who owns Rosemary and Rye, is on record that he chose his location, which is just a half a block away, almost on the corner of Scarth, on 11th, because of the Globe. Mitch said this, and we hear this from all of the restaurants. And I've heard it when people didn't even know who I was, and I just asked servers, how's business? On Globe Theater nights, the businesses, the restaurants specifically, but then people go out after too, are always the busiest nights for them. At our max capacity, we're bringing 400 people down for our audience, then plus the 20 to 30 people who are also working on stage and backstage. It's a lot of activity downtown. And so there's a great symbiosis between us and the business community. And I think you're seeing that when you hear from Mitch, when you hear from Anna, when you hear from the RD Bid, because I know that Judith has supported and the RD Bid board has supported. Several of our board members are downtown businesses because they believe in the Globe. Colin Perkowitz, who couldn't be here tonight and he apologizes, has been a long-term 8-year board member of the Globe, and he owns Colin O'Brien. You have Jocelyn, who owns a business downtown and believes in the downtown core. All of these are because of the activity. We're not the only reason, but we're definitely part of the story. And the businesses that you have heard from and heard from emails and phone calls, they're all supporting the Globe. So I think that should resonate.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time and for answering all my questions. That's all for me.
Thank you. Next, I have Councillor Burton. Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair for your presentation. I'll start first with my question to the previous delegation, just talking about the structure and the problems that were encountered during the rehabilitation of the building that, to me, in some ways, they should have maybe been foreseen, that maybe there's some rose-colored glasses when the project was undertaken. Can you speak to what was happened before or after and what was encountered?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and it's something that, of course, we diagnose. And I've been on the project now for 1 year and 8 months, as I stated. A lot of the original, those bigger structural pieces happened before my time. James Yauk, I know, was going back and forth with council today explaining those pieces. It's a heritage building, and as I said, like with that stairwell, with everything around it, it looked perfectly fine. You didn't know it wasn't fine until you took all of the drywall off and started looking into the studs where you went, well, that is 5 stories of a major stairwell that now just has to be completely replaced because it will fall down. So there's the unfortunate part of that during construction, and it's exacerbated with a heritage project. As you're deconstructing the building, you find things. And the hope is you find less. And, from my understanding, there was multiple surveys done of the building. There was a lot of good work done to try to circumvent some of these issues. But I don't think there's a heritage project out there who hasn't been hit with some pretty major things as they explore the building.
Okay, thank you. What actions did the Globe take in past years when cost overruns were obviously going to be large and a funding crisis was imminent?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for that question. We've continued to evaluate the finances of the project. We've made some strategic decisions in how we finished the project to what we believed was in the better interest of the finances of the project and getting the project complete on time and more close to the budget that we were expecting. Throughout the project, through the what's called a CCD 5B contract, we have a construction manager who deals with our finances and budgets. So again, it's not the Globe who budgets, it's an outside teams. And things came at them too. We also were at the behest of expiring quotes that expired a lot faster than you would expect quotes to expire. Tariffs, COVID, all of these things. And so they mounted over the last 2.5 years. Part of what we did is in the summer of 2024, the interim executive director, Her Honor Bernadette McIntyre, pushed and got the $9 million mortgage so that we could keep moving forward, give us that landing strip to start talking to donors, to start talking to governments. At that crucial point is when our government conversation started happening. I know there was also an ask to council in 2024 with Jamie Bolt and James Yauk were here earlier that year. So that was the start of when we started going over a budget that we could afford. But in 2024, a quarter of the building was already finished. We were not at a place where we could stop and pull the project because we had already done all the deconstruction. We were majorly into the building and with walls and everything set up. So from that moment onwards, in the summer of 2024, myself, Bernadette, Heather, our board have been working, fundraising, working with the governments. And that is, we spoke with the provincial government for almost 2 years before we got the no. And as I said, we're continuing to have good relations with the federal government. It just takes the time it takes. We were part of a larger advocacy group of 16 arts organizations across the prairies who have been advocating for more infrastructure money for arts institutions in the prairies. And that is a small part, I'm not going to claim all of it, a small part of why we saw federal cultural infrastructure money in the fall budget last year.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, what do I tell people that have suggested to me that the Globe has been proceeding with the expectation that the government will backstop them no matter what?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. I think it's a reasonable enough question. I think also a lot of people are unfamiliar with how a not-for-profit charity works and how a major infrastructure piece works. They're difficult, they're huge, and if you don't work in them, sometimes I think they can seem monolithic. The Globe has done everything we possibly could, including taking out our own mortgage, to continue conversations with the governments, but also, and very specifically, continue conversations with our donors. We've been able to, on top of the fundraising we already did in the last year or less, fundraise $2.6 million. Some of that funding, though, is connected to government money coming in. That's not us making those requests. We try through all of our advocation routes with private donors, with all levels of government, to make sure that the spread across every government makes sense. I had put in my report, again, in that 26 different infrastructure projects, on average, municipalities were giving around 23 to 25% of the project's total value. This additional ask from the council would bring the Regina's contribution to 20%, which is a great share of the project, and it's an incredible thing that the City Council has done. But if we look at projects across Canada, it puts you in a very good space with a lot of other municipalities that have done and funded a lot of very successful projects.
Thank you. Through the chair, is Beer Brothers returning to the premises dependent on the Globe?
So as part of the renovation, Beer Brothers, as we know, took over part of our first floor. As part of the renovation, we took over our entire building. We own the building. We're leasing it to Beer Brothers. We've been in lots of conversations with Darren, one of the owners of Beer Brothers. Yes, they're returning, I believe, under a new name, and I do not know when it is, but they say soon. And one of the reasons that Darren has talked and his investors have talked about coming back, and we share some investors, is because of the Globe right next door. And we have, throughout the time that they've been closed, they've kept their kitchen there. We've used them as a catering. We try to use downtown catering when we do events, or if when events are booking our venue, we suggest downtown catering, from Copper Kettle to former Beer Brothers, etc.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask about parking? Just kidding.
I'll leave that to council.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. The definition of not surprised. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Sickleys. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Hey, Oz, how are you? Yeah, the buck stops with you, doesn't it? The 1.38 million bucks. So thanks very much for everything you shared with us today and all the questions that you answered in short notice. I guess one of the challenges I've had is this is such a compressed time to make such an important decision, and government just does not move quickly, including this one. So we're trying our best. Are you aware that I'm chair of the Audit and Finance Committee?
I am, yes.
Pardon?
I am, yes.
Okay. So one of my responsibilities is to consider the impact on the reserves of anything, and the GFR is currently about 15 million below the minimum level. Are you aware of that?
I
am. So my questions are, how does the Globe see this request in relation to the current position of the general fund reserve?
Through you, Chair, thank you, Councillor, for your question. From my understanding, a general fund reserve is for a crisis moment.
Yeah.
One of your biggest cultural institutions is having a crisis moment. Not only are we one of your biggest cultural institutions, we are a massive economic driver for your downtown, which I know the downtown is important to this council. That, for me, is the reason in a crisis situation why you would use a general reserve fund.
What steps are you taking or prepared to take to ensure this doesn't become a recurring pressure on the city's reserves? I don't know if that's repetitive. I think we're all asking the same thing over and over. And I don't mean to browbeat you on this, but it's important in my role to be able to answer that to the public.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. I think it's a very similar question that the board's Audit and Finance Committee asked themselves, the entire board does, and the senior staff team, and especially Jennifer and I. We are stewards of this organization. Our goal is to keep this organization healthy, as it has been for 60 years, and to get this milestone, capital campaign, and building over the line.
Yeah.
This ask of council, as Jocelyn said, and I've said, gives us the time to continue fundraising and continue working with the federal government. These are two things that we are working hard on, especially with the federal government, but we are also out there fundraising. We secured, I can't say who because they want the announcement, but okay. 2 weeks ago we secured $500,000 from a corporation because they wanted to help the crisis and also wanted to be part of the renovation. And P3A Architecture, who have already given $100,000 plus, have given us or reduced from their final fee $160,000, which means the original architect has given over $200,000 in support to this project. We will continue advocating on that level. We will use all of our tools at our disposal with both the federal government. We won't stop with the provincial government. Minister Ross will tell you she continues to get letters from me.
Good.
And from Heather and from council.
Good.
We will keep on pushing. We got the no, but we will still keep on asking. We let them know that we're talking to council. We've let the federal government know we're talking to council. Donors are aware. Obviously, as you saw, Mitch is one of our larger donors, and not only does he gave to capital, he also gives operationally. Jocelyn's the same. We have donors who give to both and are wanting to keep this organization secure. So to answer your question, we will continue pushing as hard as we can with all of the resources we have which are a lot of smart people and a lot of volunteers who are willing to push, and our board willing to push to get this across the line as fast as we possibly can.
Okay, a few more meat and potatoes things, because that's my jam here. Can you confirm the priority order for applying the amount of money if it's approved, particularly regarding CRA, Ministry of Finance, and any other immediate obligations?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. I know that Council privately has our accounts payable, so I won't go over the entire accounts payable. But the entire accounts payable as current is $950,000 for operations.
Yeah.
$235,000 is all that is left on the construction project.
Okay.
Of that 235, 123,000 is to Christie Light Sales. I point this out because they are a company we use. It's not a company that builds buildings.
Yeah.
We've already secured a 12-month payment plan with them, which they were happy to do to support the Globe with zero interest. So we have $1.18 million in payables. We are asking for 1.38 here. We've already used over 2 million of our own cash flow.
Yeah.
So this is giving us the ability to bring some of that cash flow back from capital into operations, and it will clear our payables, all payables to date, and put us on the right steady footing for the rest of the year.
Okay.
The CRA is high up on that list.
Yeah. No. What's the current status of, if it's possible to share, if you know, of the 12 million federal app? And I think you've already been asked what the contingency is if that funding's delayed or reduced, but do you know what the status is? Can you provide any update? Do you have an update?
The last formal update we've received is that our application is still under review.
Yeah.
But as I said, even before we submitted our application, we've already been peppering the government with what are other options just in case this doesn't come through. And there are other options available to us. So as I said, it's not dead in the water. And we continue having good relations with all of the relevant ministers, their staff, and also the bureaucrats.
Okay, good luck with that.
Thank you, Councillor.
So given that the current operations can't fully service the outstanding construction loan, what's the realistic path over the next year or two towards a more sustainable position? What are some of your thoughts that you can share about that?
Absolutely. Through you, Councillor, through you, Chair. Our ultimate goal is to close the capital gap, which is significantly it's mostly the mortgage at this point in time.
Yeah.
It's a construction mortgage. We have to transition it into a full-time mortgage.
Yeah.
These are conversations we're already having with Connexus, who is our credit union, on what that looks like. It's not going to be your usual mortgage, depends on if we have to close at any level.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer, the board, and I have gone through the financials and believe that if push came to shove, the Globe could weather a $2 million mortgage. So that gives us another buffer. We don't want to. We do not want to saddle future generations of the Globe with a long-term mortgage. So our goal is to clear the whole 16. But if we had to, we can take a $2 million mortgage. We would look for favorable terms from our lender, who's could have transitioned us into a full-time mortgage a year ago, and they did not. They've been, I will say, Cornerstone was our original bank, but as we know, they've merged with Connexus.
Yeah.
They've been quite incredible with us and have been helping us through this. So the goal is to retire all the debt. Then the question is, inside of that, if we can't retire all of it, how much do we have left? Let's say in a bad situation, the federal government only comes in with 6. Then we're fundraising the other 6. With the federal government saying what they will or will not do, well, it gives us more leverage to work with donors. Because it's an unknown right now, it creates a more difficult conversation, but we're still having them, and we're keeping the donors, corporations, very well apprised of what we may be coming down the pike to ask for. Will that materialize or not? I can't give you certainty, but we do all due diligence to make that happen. In the end of the day, if we can't satisfy, if we do not get the 12 million and we cannot fundraise from there, Councillor Fro has already asked the question. We will definitely come back to the city to understand what that means for the downtown building. Does that look like putting in a trust foundation that then gets trust money? There's a lot of different opportunities that we can look at that other theaters across Canada and other cultural institutions have done, where a trust owns the building and it's held in trust, and you rent it from the trust. So we're looking at lots of different models. And again, Jennifer, myself, not to point out Ivan, but he's the old one behind me. He has come to us years ago. He worked as the artistic producer of Stratford. Okay. We have people at our disposal who have seen these models work, have founded these models, and amongst us, our colleagues across Canada, we're also working with them to see which of these models work if the worst case scenario happened. But the scenario we want to see, and we are going to push very hard, especially with the federal government, is to make sure that the Globe retains ownership of our building and we retire all capital debt.
I think other than you and I spending time in Ontario, not a lot of people know what Stratford is. You want to tell them how important that is?
So, and then after, I'll let you answer this question, and then after this question, we'll have to take our mandatory dinner break. So,
sorry, Ivan. Stratford is the biggest theater festival conglomerate in Canada that is also a not-for-profit charity. It runs 5 different stages, five different buildings and stages. They have a building quite similar to ours. It's a couple thousand square feet bigger than ours. It's 600 seats in the theater. Ours is 400. They finished their building about a year or so before ours, and they spent $105 million on their building. To put it in perspective of how much a theater can cost. But they are the behemoth of theater in Canada, and that is only one of the major things that someone like Ivan's worked on.
Great.
Okay. And so, yeah, we are at 6:03. We have to stop and take our mandatory dinner break. Oz, if you don't mind, I'm assuming you're intending to stick around anyway, but if you don't mind sticking around, we have a number of questions still for you. So we're going to take 45 minutes here, and so we'll be back at 6:48, and we'll be back to Councillor Sickley's with any additional questions and anybody else after that. Okay, so we will break for dinner.
Thank you, Chair.
If folks could take their seats, we'll get started in about a minute. Okay, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. So if I can get Oz, if I could get you to come back to the middle seat at the table there, and Councillor Siklees, if I could get you to back to your seat, because I'm gonna go back to you. Okay, Councillor Siklees, back to you with any questions for our delegate. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Oz, just one last one. It's on governance, and to the extent that you've thought about it and how it's operating in the organization now, what steps have you taken or plan to take to strengthen financial oversight going forward?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. In terms of the project, the financial oversight is multi-level, as I had mentioned. That we get the invoices that then have to be approved by P3A, that then have to be approved by Collier's, now BTY, that then have to be approved by our lawyer, then have to be approved by the bank's lawyer, and then the bank, and then we got our draw to pay. So in terms of financial management on the project, it is detailed, and there's a lot of big brains looking at those numbers. I think separately to that, in terms of governance of our board, I think the show is that the operations are doing well, that we had reserves over $2 million to even be able to use, means that the board for a long time and the leadership of the Globe for years has successfully managed our finances and managed them well. But that doesn't mean that the board isn't always evaluating it. We have 5 to 6 audit and finance committee meetings a year, plus board meetings. There's 2 CPAs who sit on the audit and finance committee, and they're always looking at how we can adapt. Our new CFO, which I mentioned in the package, we're really excited for Jeremy to be starting. He started in the last couple of weeks, and the handover is going quite well. And Jeremy comes, he was on the board of the Red Sox, and was the chair of their finance and audit and finance committee, and runs his own accounting firm. So I think he comes with a lot of great knowledge of how not-for-profits and charities work. So we're always looking for ways to strengthen our operations and strengthen good governance. So it's a continued effort.
Thanks. Thanks, Oz.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Oh, hello. Thank you for being here. Just to clarify some history here, it's my understanding that a previous council, all before us, decided to intervene and that the Globe had to be downtown in the existing building. Is that correct? How did that happen?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Chair. From my understanding, that is correct. It was part of the original ICIP funding, which brought all three levels of government together to fund the project. It was an infrastructure funding. And from my understanding, at the time when Mayor Fouget was the mayor, part of agreeing to the city funding part of the ICIP, the city had to say yes first, and then it went up the chain, was that the Globe Theatre stays in its heritage building downtown.
And just to clarify this history you spoke about, the other option was the Globe was going to go move somewhere less expensive, less capital cost, but it was actually the city council intervening, saying it had to be downtown, which started this process.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Chair. Yes, there was options looked at to move locations, build a brand new building, which would have been less expensive. Those conversations were had with the board. They were held with key donors and government. I think in the end of the day, everyone agreed that the Globe's home is downtown, and it served downtown well, and it served the city of Regina well. But yes, there could have been more affordable options if we hadn't have been shoehorned into staying in the heritage building.
So to those who say that city council shouldn't intervene or get involved in the private business such as the Globe Theatre, that happened years ago.
Through Chair, yes, that was at the beginning of the project and the beginning of the funding stream. And, you know, I brought this up in one of my reports to council. We are not a city asset. I mean, the Globe owns the Globe Theatre's building, but we are an asset of Regina. We're a not-for-profit charity. And, you know, we're an important part of keeping downtown together and active and alive. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
I pulled a Mitch. I lost myself.
That's okay. I lose myself all the time. I just, to me, it seems like previous council, the previous decisions made the decision that Globe Theatre had to have this building, and then you described it as end of life, and that it required all of this funding to go forward. And that was pre-COVID, pre-Trump's tariffs, pre-cost escalations. And this was a decision that was made with council then, which was kind of a directive. You're in this building and you need to spend this money. Is that correct? Or am I just mixed up? I'm just trying to understand this history because I wasn't here.
Part of the granting terms was to renovate a heritage building.
That it had to be that specific building.
Yes, and which means that everyone at the very beginning of the project, from our team to the contractors to P3A to council and all levels of government, knew that we were renovating a heritage building, and a renovation of a heritage building often, probably almost always, will have surprises. So that was very known at the beginning of the project.
Yeah, and so then there was the heritage building, there was the the pandemic, and then there was all this escalation of costs, which it wasn't just your project, it's all these projects, like our pool project, for example, correct?
Correct.
And so it's not that your operations were unsound, it was this capital escalation into this location you were locked into in partnership with the city and these other partners.
Yes, it's not operational, it's capital.
Yeah, and it was in partnership, very much so, with the city and the province and federal from the get.
Yeah, I would say as a not-for-profit charity who gets government funding at all three levels for our operations and for the capital, but we also get a lot of donations and corporate sponsorships. We hold in trust a lot of a lot of different companies and governments and people's wanting of the Globe to succeed, and that also includes the renovation of the Heritage Building.
Yeah. So there was a little bit of a joint partnership and responsibility, and now we're just continuing on that same path. But now you're open and you're operational sound, and you're just trying to make up the capital.
That's correct.
Okay. I also want to talk about the complete community destination. It kind of got talked about a little bit before with Penny Toll Tavern, the new name of your brothers. And recently I was at the office opening for the Council Economic Cooperative GLS Saskatchewan, which is the Francophone community economic thing. So do you think the businesses around you are choosing an opening because of your economic impact?
Yes, and we have proof of it from businesses telling us that. We have businesses who've chosen, like, as I said, Fabian's Rosemary and Rye to open specifically because of the Globe. Scarth Street's filling up again. I'm sure as you walk down there, there's lots of people. The market helps that because it's bringing people down even on the weekend. But there's a tattoo shop, there's kimchi, there's all these things, and a number of those things didn't even exist a year and a half ago when I moved here. That's what's happening so quickly and so successfully on Scarth Street. It's blossoming, but with interesting businesses and interesting things to do. And several members, our delegation out here has somewhat shrunk for the lateness of the night, but these were all people supporting us, and there was a lot of businesses, as I said. Anna from Copper Kettle and O'Hands, who I won't put words in her mouth, but I saw her email that she does believe that the Globe's a very important part of the business operations of her business downtown. And because, as I said earlier, it's symbiotic. People come for dinner, and then they see a show, and then maybe they want to have a drink, and then they go to O'Hands. So and this is proven all over the country and all over the world of what culture, arts, facilities in the downtown core do to liven a downtown.
Yesterday, as I was walking down Scar Street to go to the Globe, I ran into Chief Davies and Minister Wagner giving an announcement on lower crime stats. Did you want to talk about Chief Davies' letter and what she says about the crime stats? And that was just happenstance. I just happened to run in front of them in front of the Globe, and they were talking about that.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Councillor, through you, Chair. I think it's a really important piece, as I said in my opening remarks, and Chief Davies' letters on the record as part of our package, so I won't read the entire thing. But to have the Chief of Police so wholeheartedly say this is a part of what's keeping downtown safe, I think there's a lot of gravity to that. And we're obviously part of a picture. We have Arrow, we have all these other pieces that are working to keep downtown safe, but we're a big part of that. And, we work with the police. We talk to them, we give them the downtown constable, we give them our schedule of performances, of camps and everything, so they know when we're about. And so sometimes they can actually be somewhere else in downtown because we're operating. So I think we're very fortunate for what Chief Davies said in her letter and her support of how we embody safety or help bring up safety in downtown. And we're definitely part of those, the incredible numbers that are coming out over the last 2 years.
It's my understanding you're not asking for a bailout, but more you're looking for time and leadership to get through the next year. So with this around to $1.4 million or so, are you confident that will take you to the next year to be able to do your fundraising and your advocacy to other levels of government? Are you confident that this will take you that full year?
Yes, I am. And so as part of our package, we did submit that cash flow, which we obviously have our own cash flow, but that was a cash flow that I worked with the city CFO on to look at the numbers to understand exactly where we're at. As you saw in the cash flow, like with any business, we'll have a little bit of tightness in the fall that then alleviates over the winter. There's other pieces that we're going to keep on fundraising. So that cash flow doesn't have any additional fundraising in it, even, things that could lock in the fall. So yes, we feel confident with this ask that we will get through the entire year, gives us that landing strip. And to your point about leadership, I believe, but also so do our government relations folks who know a lot about the federal government more than me, also believe that the city showing leadership here is a great boon for us in our conversations with the federal government. It shows politicians on the ground in the city showing that this is important, so that the federal government, who has a much broader purview, looks at that and go, yeah, we think this is important too, which they've been signaling to us. But with any government relations, you try to push as much as possible and show them how great this city and the globe is.
I agree. Do you also think it would signal to like our downtown businesses? I'm also on the downtown board. And I know this is a pretty short meeting, but have you heard from the downtown board? Did they have anything to say about like the impact on this that you would like to share?
Yes, through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. As an RDBID board member myself, I didn't work directly with Judith to not put Judith in a position. So Heather Irvin, who I've mentioned before, who does a lot of the community relations, reached out to Judith. And as Judith has done with the board of RDBID, with all of the other financial asks we made of the government, immediately jumped on making sure a letter was written. And I know that she went back and forth, and I'm sorry that in my tired brain, I forget which councillor, there was a back and forth email on the support that she was given and why she thinks it's important. And then I do know that several other board members of the RDBID who are business owners downtown also wrote letters of support.
I believe in the communications, it said downtown is kind of like a death by a lot of paper cuts. And so would you say that losing the Globe Theater would be a paper cut, or like Mitch Molnar said, like a paper shredder, or how would it affect our downtown?
Yeah, I'll parrot what Mitch said, because he said it so eloquently. It's a paper shredder. This isn't a small cut. We're a pretty important fixture downtown, and other businesses do rely on us being active and busy. When we talk about that we had 50,000 people through our venue, that was from late September to end of June. That's not even a full year that we had 50,000 people walk through our venue. And that's just the main stage. That doesn't include theater school. It doesn't include our employees who are around the building. That number escalates. And the more programming we do, and we do plan to continue scaling up, that number will scale. We already saw it from last year's season was 35,000 people, 50,000. That's a lot of growth and impressive growth. It shows people are wanting to come downtown, and they are wanting to come to the Globe.
Okay. Also to something that Mitch Molnar said, which had to do with economic impact. Says there's $23 million of economic impact a year from the Globe. And I think the comparison is that Grey Cup, the one-time event in 2027, is $1.5 million, and then $5 million from the province. And it makes $44 million of economic impact to Regina. So I guess if you were to do the math, and maybe you have or haven't done it, how would they compare an economic impact to our city if the Globe is $23 million for 1 year and 44 for one event for the Grey Cup? They would be kind of comparable for economic impact, would they not?
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Chair. Yes, and I believe, and the Globe believes this, all of us, that the tide rises all ships, and sports, theater, culture, all of us working together is what really makes this a beautiful, livable city. So very happy that we have the Grey Cup, but I think often people underestimate the economic prowess of an arts organization. At $23 million of GDP impact, again, we're on a growth pattern, so that will also grow. I think shows that yes, we are up there playing with the bigger events, but again, it's all part of that milieu of things to do around the city. So we're also proud that we're doing the Grey Cup.
This might be a question for tourism, but it's kind of like a complete community destination where you go to the game and then to the theater and really find a spot for everyone. Is that more making a destination better together sort of thing?
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Chair. Yes, and I will say, again, I I forget who I was talking to, but Mitch Molnar was talking about London, Ontario. That's where I grew up, in I think a similar-esque town to Regina, and I will say it on record, Regina's better. But then I spent 16 years in Toronto, and I spent almost 6 years in Montreal, and always around culture and entertainment. I've run large comedy festivals. I've worked in theater. I've worked across. I've never seen a community galvanize around their theater the way that Regina folks do. People come in their Rough Riders jerseys to see shows, and then they also go and see the Rough Riders. You don't see often that kind of cross pollination between those type of events, so it's working well in this city. They're going to the RSO, they're coming to our theater, they're coming to the Rough Riders, they're going to the Red Sox, they're doing it all, and we have crossover audience, and that's really incredible. It shows that Regina's wanting to be out there and wanting to have events and things to do in their city.
Yeah, so a little bit of our ecosystem. I guess I don't have that many more questions for you, but when you're looking for us for time and leadership, this is just a one-time ask to get you that year, correct? I guess the question that people are asking is, will you be back, and will you be asking for money back, or is this really the landing strip to get you through the next year? So that's to be fair, the question that worried people ask the most.
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Chair. Our goal is to not have to come back. Our goal is to get $12 million from the federal government, and if that doesn't come through, that we will work closely with donors to fill that gap. That is our goal, and that's what we will push through. But as I said, and Jocelyn, the Vice Chair, said, we're running on multiple tracks of building and making sure we understand what all different possibilities could be. And as Councillor Fro asked, if the worst case scenario happened and we had to look at an insolvency, we would be definitely coming back to the city to talk about what that meant. So we'll always work deeply and connectively with the city, but our goal is to close this capital gap quickly and continue doing what we do best in producing theater.
All right, well, I'll let other people ask you some questions. Thanks for being here.
Okay, Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I'm going to see Oz. I just want to note how many of your staff are here today, and I think particularly earlier in the meeting, this chamber was filled with many of them. And so my question for you is, I'd like to give you an opportunity maybe to speak, if you can, to about the role of your staff. And I suspect it's been a really trying time, but paint a picture for us of someone who works at the Globe Theatre, why they might want to work at the Globe Theatre, and maybe how they enrich our community, because I think it was quite moving to see so many of them here today, and I want to acknowledge the stress that they're likely all feeling.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. Thank you for pointing that out. And I, myself, Jennifer, and there was 5 board members here also, or that's makes you quite proud to see that a staff of an institution care about the institution that much. It's not just about their job, and of course it is, but they actually care about the Globe and what we do. And we see that through our staff meetings and our staff communication. We see that in staff recommending their friends work for the Globe. And you saw it here today when they're coming here to support. Theater is a calling. You don't work for a not-for-profit organization if it's not a calling. There's jobs out there that could do your pocketbook a lot better. And so that's part of running an organization, and Jennifer and I try to embody this, is to make sure that what are we providing that's not just a paycheck, and what is the Globe providing, and why are people investing their time, and some of our staff also donate. Why? And so it's constant communication with the staff and understanding and growing as an organization and adapting. But in terms of the staff, we're actually a pretty slim organization in terms of we only have 30 full-time staff. We run a pretty big operation on a slim staff who really pull their weight and are quite incredible. And a lot of us, you know, even in the senior staff team alone, and I don't want to age both Jennifer and Ivan on this, but they're most of the number. It's 157 years of experience on our senior staff team of 5. And I should add the new CFO, so it's probably 170. That's a lot of experience running not-for-profits and understanding how they work, but everyone through the organization brings that kind of level of understanding, either through theater or if they've worked for other not-for-profits. So I think we have a really interesting staff group of that core 30, but then we employ about 100, give or take on the year, 100 to 120 contractors, part-time staff, our front of house staff, all of those people. There's a lot of employment in the Globe, and the economic impact of that employment is felt through the city and also through the province. So that's a lot of people that we employ, even if they're part-time. You know, they're still working for the Globe, and as we scale up and getting this capital over top of us removed and paid, then we can continue scaling up those operations, which we've shown over the last 3 years we've been able to do. It means we can hire more people. Some of those part-time staff become full-time staff. And those are all people who live here in Regina and often live close to downtown, but not always. Some people drive in too.
Okay, Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. Oz, hello. Happy to see you again, and thank you so much for the work you do. And I'm very impressed and happy about the details of options and plans that you have in place to save this iconic organization in our community that's been here for 60 years. So I appreciate that. I think Council Turnbull touched on one of my questions. Actually, she kind of stole my thunder on a few items, but that's okay. So if we were to deny your request, what would be the impact, or like how would that affect your request and your application to the federal government?
I will have to say some hard things, so I apologize to the staff, but we did have a staff meeting about this. If we don't receive funding from council tonight, I believe we have 48 hours, maybe the weekend, to find donors or a corporate sponsor who will come in with this at-large ask. It's a lot to ask. And if by Monday, Tuesday we don't have that, we will have to make our final payroll, which will deplete our accounts, and we will have to apply for CCAA protection by early next week.
Okay, thank you. I think we do need to paint the picture, properly across the board. There's a lot of hope and optimism for, the organization, and so, but also the economic impact. When I saw that $23 million per year, I'm kind of disappointed in our provincial government for not actually.
Do you have a
sorry,
question,
yes,
Councillor?
I do. So I had to do my rant. Sorry. Okay. So thank you for that. So how many shows do you put for weekly? Do you goes on? I mean, there's the Saturday, Sunday. Are there any other nights during the week?
Yeah, so currently on our main stage season, we do 5 shows. The big musical actually takes the slot of 2 shows. So normally a season would be 6, but when we do a show like Frozen or Les Mis, it's going to take up 2 spots. We have shows generally Tuesday through Sunday. Often, especially on a larger show, we'll do a Saturday matinee and a Saturday evening production. And then often we'll do a weekday matinee, either as a school matinee or just as a weekday matinee. So often we're upwards of 8 shows a week on the main stage. And the Black Box is starting to program also, so events happen in there. Jennifer, I joke that Jennifer thinks that one day we're going to program 380 days a year. Except for our holidays, somehow we'll manage those. But the goal of the Globe, and we will keep on scaffolding up as we work through our operations, because we can't open everything and do programming all year round, all at once, because that's not a sustainable business model. We're building up. So already, though, we're seeing how that growth's working. This next season, we are programming our own show, Inner Elder, in the Black Box Theater. That's our smaller space on the main floor, which is also, we use it as a multi-purpose space. And we're also coming out with what's called TYA, which is Theater for Young Audience. It's shows geared for younger audiences. And the first show, again, in the Black Box, is Funny You Don't Look Autistic. And it's a show for teenagers dealing with mental health and autism, and an incredible Canadian doing that show with us. And we plan to do more. So we will keep on scaffolding up and adding shows to ideally be running that building nonstop. And we have a member of the Queen City Pride and also the RSAR, who put on drag events. And we've been working with community because they all do fundraising. And the RSAR does $20,000 to $30,000 a year in fundraising for LGBTQ2+ charities. And we work with them and loan the Black Box out. And they've been doing drag shows, they did bingos, they've done dance parties. So truly at one point of time, the Globe may run 24/7 because sometimes our painters are working on main stage at 3 o'clock in the morning. The Globe is a huge enterprise and will continue growing.
Excellent. Okay, so 8 times a week, that means the businesses downtown, huge economic impact. And I mean, you already spoken to that, so I just kind of wanted to add that again. And so the Globe brings vibrancy, and so which is one of the city's priorities. And so what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, and I think to even frame that out more, I'll use Frozen as the example. We extended it 3 times, which is great. It ran for 8 weeks, and 19,740 people came to Frozen over those 8 weeks. That is a lot of business coming downtown in February, March. And I'll give kudos to my learned colleague, Jennifer. Normally you don't program a big show in the winter because people don't like coming out in the winter. And she went, well, maybe if we just program a big show, they'll have something to do. And the proof's in the pudding. And so then businesses around us who probably also would have normally had a lull in those winter months didn't have a lull as much as they would because we had almost 20,000 people come through one show. So I think we are definitely part of that vibrancy of downtown. We work closely with the businesses. We work closely with the RD Bid and the Chamber on how we can be part of it. We hosted some of Frost Festival this year, which was really exciting for us and showed us also what we can do more in our lobbies. We'd like to open a cafe that would be run by a local business in our lobby. So again, it's all that vibrancy throughout downtown and what we can do throughout the city.
Excellent. And so as a winter city, though, I mean, that certainly helped to boost, and get people out. And it was quite exciting. So thank you so much for being here and sharing.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Oz. Oz, I don't think there's a doubt that everyone wants to see you succeed. Last week, we got notification that you need funding to help you bridge your financing till you can get on your feet in November, December, January. Now you're telling me if we don't approve this tonight, you're going to lay off everyone.
And that was in our, through you, Chair, that was in our report, that the consequences of us not either getting this money, we would have a very limited runway to try to fund this money through private donors. We are in a liquidity crisis because of the capital project.
Yeah, I fully understand that. I fully understand that. So we don't have to rehash that. The point being, the liquidity crisis didn't happen overnight. It's happened for 4 years. And you're coming to me and this council and telling everyone at the 11th hour you're behind the 8 ball.
Councillor, I just want to make sure we have questions.
There's a question here.
So, yeah, if you could get to the question so we're not being argumentative, please.
Why is it at the 11th hour you're coming to discuss this and we are now the bank of your only resort?
Through you, Chair. We didn't come to the city at the 11th hour. Over a year and a half ago, we asked the City Council to help write us letters to both the federal and provincial government, which the City Council did, as we were under significant levels of capital stress. The city has written several letters on our behalf to different levels of government, and the only reason that they did so is because we told them, we've been telling all levels of government exactly the position we're in. We've been working with all levels of government. It was a couple of months ago now that we first pulled the fire alarm on this and said, we're running into, we don't have support financially at the moment for the funding crisis we have, and we need the city to help us step in. So this has been over 1.5 years in the making, and we've been keeping the city and city staff very well apprised of the information.
Well, I understand it goes from a letter writing campaign to we're your bank now. I understand that. A question on our reserves. Why do you think that the reserves that the city has should be used to fund a private business?
So we're a not-for-profit through you, Chair. We're a not-for-profit charity. We're not a private business. A not-for-profit charity, in any charity, is a community asset. We exist to serve the community, to present theater for the community, to create summer camps, to provide, you can come to a show for $1 on pay what you will. We provide a lot back to the city, and we do a lot for the city. So in a moment of crisis, we're definitely coming to the city and saying a general reserve is a crisis fund. We are in a crisis, and we are a great asset for this city. Our numbers have been spoken about all night of how great of an asset we are to this city. And it was spoken about before that not funding this ask now will have much greater financial ramifications on the city when you don't have a theater operating in your downtown core.
Okay, I think we got the definition of our assets and your assets mixed up. I do have some questions for administration, but thank you very much. We want to see you succeed. I'm very disappointed that we're getting the request essentially in the 11th hour to go from letter writing campaign to give me some money. Okay.
Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair, I was going to ask the same question I asked Mitch, just about, because I'm pretty tight. I think council kind of knows that. Just wondering, if you didn't get the full ask, say you got a $150,000, I don't know, ask, how would that, affect you, or in you trying to maybe get the rest to kind of carry on?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. We worked diligently to figure out the number that made sense inside of the capital, inside of fundraising we've already done, in terms of what our $12 million ask is with the federal government. We have $980,000 of payables.
Yep.
And just operations, and an additional $230 in capital. So this much money is urgently needed to satisfy those, so that we can continue forward for the rest of the year. And otherwise we can't. Those payables are aging rapidly.
Right. That's 1.1. Is that about 1.2? That number we just gave me, I think. 235. 950, 235. Something like that.
The total number is $1,186,328.
Yeah, so it's 1.2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you'd have to raise, I guess the difference between, say, I'm just saying, between 750 and 1.2. Anyways, it's kind of a thought of mine, because I'm kind of cheap. I'm tight, and I guess there's always places to look for efficiencies, but hey, also I recognize the fact that.
Councillor, just to make sure we're asking a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do. Yeah, I recognize the fact that, the economic impact. I mean, it's huge. I totally recognize that. So yeah, I do acknowledge that 100%. It's $23 million for the city, which we would get over the course of a year. Yeah. Anyways, that's all. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
I get it.
Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So you've answered a number of questions from all of us, kind of painting a picture where we're at. And it's been a long evening of of looking at the issue. And I think because this is in the interest of a lot of our residents and folks who are tuned in into what's going on right now, if perhaps you could take some time to kind of put everything together as to, it has been clear this is not a last minute ask, so, make that clear of where we're at, but also the importance of making sure that we move forward from here. Can you talk about, I think once again, what is the plan from here? Because if I understood correctly from all the answers that you've given, it is the case that a lot of work has been done now, and is planned for the future. So could you paint that picture once again, just so we can kind of put that all together? Because it's been quite a while of all of us asking a lot of questions, and I think it might be a good idea to put it all together.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Chair. The steps forward from this, if the City Council shows leadership in this, it enables us to get through the rest of the season without a payables crisis, keeping the shows moving, again, adding to that economic impact of the city. We are growing. We're growing from a little over a $5 million budget last year to a $6.6 million, where we intend to also bring in more patrons. That's, doing the theater for young audiences, doing other pieces, looking at doing programming comedy, and other pieces, doing rentals of the building. All of these pieces go to frame out what the Globe can do and does do well. And this support from the city will allow us to do that for the year. While on multi-tracks, we are working with the federal government deeply, and as I said, with several ministries at once. It will also give us the ability to go back to the province one more time, and we will use the leverage of this council believing in the project, and also our donors believing in the project. We will also be working with donors and sponsors and corporations to see if there's other money out there. And as I said, we booked $500,000 of one donation 2 weeks ago from a corporation, and we will continue doing that. So we will continue working forward. This money enables us to operate the company while satisfying all of the capital at the same time, and push through the fall. Our goal is to put the capital issue to bed as soon as possible. It drains resources from the not-for-profit. Again, we're only 30 staff. It's a lot of organization to do that much government work, plus all of our donor relations, plus do all of that work also for operations. So putting this to bed, and the council tonight making that first step in putting this away, and satisfying the capital needs, allows the Globe to do what the Globe does best: produce shows, host events, be a community advocate, and we will continue growing into that, especially when the capital specter is not hanging over us.
Thank you for that. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any further questions. So thank you for all the time you've taken to give us that perspective in your presentation. As you can return to the gallery.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay, we have communications on item CR 26-97, Globe Theatre funding request. Can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications? CP 26-39, Lisa McIntyre, and CP 26-40, Judith Verisek of RD Bid. Councillor Mancinelli, and a seconder. Councillor Radens, any opposed? And carried. And just before we go on to consider this item, I was just going to go to Councillor Sickleys. I think you were, I just want to check in with you on your motion that we were supposed to debate tonight. believe you might be thinking about tabling it.
Yes.
Okay. I should
Sorry, I was wondering which one. I have so many.
the one that's on tonight.
Yeah. Well, there were 5 before.
Yeah, for sure.
It's number 5 now. That's a record.
Okay, so motion from Councillor Siklees to table, sorry, let me just make sure I read it out correctly. To table NN 26-13, project service prioritization to the August council meeting. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Fro? Any opposed? Okay, and carried. Okay, we will now consider item CR 26-97 Globe Theatre funding request. And I will ask Deputy Mayor Fro to please introduce the report.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I think we know that the Globe Theatre has made an emergency request, which is before us, for $1.38 million. And we'll now provide an overview of that report with administration's help, and let's move forward.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli. And a seconder, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to the report?
Yeah, I think all the questions. Yeah, I think that for the most part, there's been a lot of information provided tonight and a lot of questions answered already. So I think I just got a couple comments. I walked into this meeting prepared to vote this down, looking at our last year's budget, what we have going on for grass cutting and looking after weeds and some of the things that are happening in the city as a byproduct of it. The stress on our general fund reserve, the pressures on our city, they're very large. And lucky thing about a council meeting is there's information given and things that can affect a decision. I appreciated some of the information I received in private ahead of the meeting. When I combine that with some of the facts behind the Globe Theatre, it really helped me center my thinking, and I think I was thinking in a penny smart and dollar stupid manner. Looking at the heritage of our city, how few examples we have of a proper heritage structure, the importance and the investment made to make the sole purpose of this building for what it's doing. Combined with the success that the operations have been experiencing and the good management behind it. What is it, $25 million a year worth of revenue coming into the downtown that's been failing for decades, that we've been finding every avenue we can to try to invest in. And we have something that's succeeding, but that's been caught up in the realities of the 2020s. Taking on construction on a heritage structure can be totally understandable. I haven't fixed old things my whole career. I know what happens when you open something up and surprises come, but it still has to be fixed. A 100-year-old building is susceptible like that to like few other things would be. To try to invigorate the downtown and start fresh after allowing this organization to collapse, well, I don't think that there's a long enough runway for that to happen. And to allow our organization that's actually prospering on their operating side to collapse would be very, very short-sighted. This was brought about by trying to invest and invigorate the downtown. They took on a huge, huge, huge ask and have been very, very successful through a lot of trials and tribulations. This is almost like the Odyssey on itself when you think about restoring a heritage building through a pandemic and then a trade war. So, yeah, I think I was being penny smart and dollar stupid. The amount of revenue that brings through, I would be more interested in reallocating tourism money towards making sure this goes, because I don't think I can invest enough tourism dollars to get back what I have in my downtown already pulling into my city. So I think that the importance of this is large. I'm not a fan of it coming out of the general fund reserve, but for me, that's a question towards budget time. As I've said in the past meeting, we have other answers coming our way on other revenues of things that we don't know day by day, but administration does. With this coming and their prioritization of a manageable mill rate increase, it allows them to budget and move through in a manner when we give them direction. And I think that that's what happens is I think we make a decision like this because it's an important one. And we have to keep it in the back of our minds that we can't say yes to everything, and we have to show self-control. So for me, saying yes to this means I'll probably have to say no to something else along the way. And I probably will have to decide to reprioritize something like tourism to make sure that this continues. But I think this is important enough to say yes to, so I plan to.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Maybe I'll take the opportunity to put my comments out. So I've been very conflicted on this, just given the situation that the city is in, but also the impact that obviously we've heard a lot about today. You know, I look on the one hand, we know going through a very challenging budget. We know we have a very transparent picture of our city financial position. And it's not great. We know where our reserves are at. We know that we are trying to catch up operationally. You know, we know all these things because we lived it through our last budget. And on the other hand, when you look at the economic impact of what the Globe brings, when you look at the impact it has on not just the Globe but the surrounding businesses, you know, a lot of those businesses we heard about today, and I've heard directly that they are successful and open because of the Globe and the impact of the Globe. You also look at, you know, this is a unique emergent situation. That is the purpose of a reserve. Yes, our reserves are lower than where we should have them, but this is the intended use of a general fund reserve. So we could have another thing that would be coming to us as council that, you know, a snowstorm or something that puts us over, that we might have to look at our general fund reserve regardless of its whether it's below the minimum. I think the impact at the end of the day, I mean, again, this is really tough, just given our situation, but realistically, if the Globe does fail, the worst case scenario, where we're at is, you know, we have a tax base in our downtown. If that valuation does go lower, the broader community of Regina pays for that. That revenue has to come from somewhere, or we continue to find ways to save, which is cutting services. That's the math. So as tough as it is, you know, and this is a tough one, but I think, well, I know I need to support this because I think the impact of not doing it and the unknown of not seeing what can happen over the next year to try and get other orders of government or private donations, I think I need to know and I need to see and give that opportunity. And on top of that, it's not a throwaway. And actually, Councillor Rasovich and I were talking about this, and he brought it up and said, you know, it's not a throwaway in terms of the money that if it was to fail, we've actually bought ourselves another year of that economic impact. So, you know, but the goal obviously is to have this stick and make Regina sticky, like we heard. So, so with that, you know, as tricky as it is and as tricky as a financial situation we're trying to navigate, I appreciate Councillor Mancinelli's comments about, you know, we're going to have an opportunity at budget time to look at where we're at. But this decision can't wait until then, is what I've heard very, very clearly. And so, so I'll be supporting the ask today. And I'll be with Councillor Mancinelli at budget time to, you know, to look at this as a whole and continue to work with our administration to see where we go from here. And with that, I'll go to Councillor Burton. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. The power of a councillor often comes down to a binary decision with their vote. Yes or no, that's all. Tonight is one of those tough nights. I'm going to quote a letter from the Laura Lee Davies, Chief of the Regina Police Service, where she states, "The Regina Police Service supports an active and thriving downtown in our city. We know that when we have legitimate users of our spaces, there is less incidents of crime and social disorder." She goes on to say, "I know the recent renovations, reopening of the Globe space has been positive for the downtown. I would hate for us to lose this momentum if the Globe had to leave or reduce performances. Their theater goers are a very important part of downtown safety. I will state, the Globe is one of the few remaining flickering lights of vibrancy downtown. Restaurants and bars depend on it. If the Globe closes, I ask, should we turn the lights out downtown? If you build a void, you will attract the negative. Then we'll need to hire more police to deal with more problems downtown. At the same time, many residents of Ward 4 have expressed concerns that this is just another bailout on the backs of the taxpayers. Some have voiced very strong opinions against providing funding, but I can tell you many more have indicated their support. But even residents that support funding have also indicated that they are looking for fiscal responsibility, restraint, and a path forward from the Globe for any funding provided. The Globe patient is going to die without urgent medical assistance. They need a $12 million surgery at a hospital. The federal hospital is a potential destination. The provincial hospital appears to be rejecting patients, even though Saskatoon patients may receive up to $400 million for their entertainment district. I can't tell you how frustrated I am about that. So the Globe needs a $1.4 million ambulance to get them to the hospital, and then they may survive. And right now there is no assurance that the federal surgeon will be there when they get there. But I know they will die right now if we don't call the $1.4 million ambulance. I'm supporting this grant as the benefit to the city is greater than the risk, but I'm stressing how precious every tax dollar is that we spend on this crisis. Lastly, I have a message for the public. I encourage the citizens who have petitioned me to support the Globe, and those who just attend a few shows once in a while, please buy those tickets. Get that season pass. Ask your friends, ask your neighbors to go to a show with you and demonstrate your personal support for the Globe Theatre. Even those who have not yet been to the Globe and are not sure if it's for you, Wednesdays are pay what you will. We changed the parking bylaw so you can park for free starting at 5 o'clock. Get out, enjoy some meals and entertainment and nightlife and fun. I will be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Burton. I just want to highlight I can tell there was a bit of a glitch in the order of the system, so I have been keeping manual count. So Councillor Fro, go ahead.
How do you follow that up? Good job, Mark. No, I think at the end we have to ask ourselves what kind of city we want to be. Really, that's the question. So if we were asked to save the Riders, we all know we would, because the Riders, just like the Globe or the Cathedral Arts Fest, the museum or the Pats, these are things that make Regina a place people actually want to live. And so, we can have the greatest water pressure in the world and become a city that no one wants to live in if we're not careful. A city without arts isn't much of a city at all. And of course, investing in the arts isn't a handout or a bailout. There's a big return. We know for every dollar government invests in the arts, that community creates an additional $13.70 in economic output. So that seems like a smart investment to me. Regina benefits from $135 million economic impact from the arts and festivals. And as we know, talent can go anywhere. So if we want the doctors and professors and electricians and nurses to live in our city, I know we do, we have to give them reasons to stay. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce, I read, did a study in 2026 looking at how arts and culture retains talent and who are the best cities that do that. And we're number 6 in Canada, better than even Saskatoon, for that matter, which is great. And I think both of my colleagues have said prior, if we let the downtown die, and we're not going to, we better be prepared to raise taxes on our neighbors, because the tax base in the downtown is huge. So it makes business sense to support the downtown. It makes business sense to support the Globe. My ward has resoundingly and overwhelmingly asked me to support the Globe Theatre, and I'm very proud to do so. So listen, city governments aren't usually that cool. Governments don't do a great job at doing cool. But that's the job of creatives, right? That's the job of creative people to make cities livable and interesting and vibrant. And our job is to empower them. And in this case, yes, there's risk to invest the money, but the risk is so far greater if we don't. I think lastly, we see Saskatoon doing great work, and we certainly have seen the provincial government offer nearly $500 million for a downtown arena. We're happy for our friends in Saskatoon. What's good for Saskatoon is good for Regina. But I call on the provincial government to follow our lead here today. We need your help. I think the province has said they care about cities. I believe them. It's an opportunity for them to show us. The request to the province represents 0.0227 of their $22 billion budget. It is quite literally the definition of a rounding error. But it's important to Regina, and so I hope the provincial government respectfully will reconsider their decision. And then I think just lastly, because we're all going to have to say it, we're going to have to say it over and over and over and over again, both to our local MPs and to anyone that will listen, we need the federal government. We need them. And so I urge the federal government to support the project. I don't believe they're listening, but I'll certainly be doing my own outreach to the extent that I can. The Globe is important to our city. We need your help, and I think it will send a strong message to our community when you do step up and help us. So I'm proud to support the Globe Theatre, and I'll certainly be supporting this investment. And thank you to the Globe staff. Thank you to the donors. Thank you to the board. We know it's been an incredible amount of hard work, and that work clearly won't stop. So thank you, and keep it up.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fro, and just for the record, I think you're cool. Okay, Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Okay, it's hard to follow these two gentlemen before me, but just to add to some of the things you've said, the strat plan for our as one of our priorities is really important, and the vibrancy is a big part of that. And as a leadership in this city, we do need to be the example and lead the path, because if we aren't interested or care to invest in something, an iconic Globe Theatre that's been here for 60 years. Some of the emails that I've received, 99.9% of the people that have sent emails are in support of the Globe Theatre. And one that actually stood out a little bit, I like it when people email me and they share their personal stories of 36 years as a subscriber to Globe Theatre. That is amazing. And I shared, I think, about being going to my first show, and it was left an impression, and it does to our children that have the opportunity to attend those things. And so it's good. Anyways, we talked a little bit about we've mentioned the provincial government, and I'm hoping, and I challenge them to, come around and perhaps support, this important organization in that, we lost the film industry from this province. That was a huge loss. And frankly, the Globe is recognized nationally, and arts and culture matters. And we all remember there's every single person in this room, I am sure, has been to at least one show. And if you haven't, well, then you better get going. Okay, and so, let's see, I'm trying to follow my notes, but I'm kind of all over the map here. So I guess what's the message if we decide not to support? What's the message that we're sending to our businesses? What are to our community and to our patrons of the Globe? I agree that this is a huge risk, and this is a decision for us. It's a hard decision for us, for sure. And I am an undying optimist, and I will support this lifeline to the Globe to give them time to come back from this. And I'm going to challenge our provincial government. We have supported many initiatives. I mean, I can go through and list them all, but I don't think it is conducive at this time to do that. And it wasn't $1.38 million. It's far, far exceeded that request. And so then I would remind my council colleagues again that vibrancy matters. We're investing a great deal of expense on 11th Avenue. And so that's like a big deal. That supports this cause. And if we want to have a vibrant downtown, then we need to put our money where our mouth is and just do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, and to the chair. I think it's really important that we take leadership and that we advocate for this asset and that we give the Globe Theatre the year that they need. And it's not just leadership for the Globe, it's leadership for the city of Regina. You've heard my other colleagues say, hey, provincial government, why aren't you showing up? And we've had some discussions about advocacy, and I'm going to add my voice to that. Hey, provincial government, why aren't you showing up? This was something that happened well before us, and it was a commitment between our city, our province, and the federal government that decided that our downtown was worth investing in, and this heritage building was worth investing in. And there's a lot of things out of our control. And that happened before us, and it is our responsibility to stand by, not just for our sports communities, but for our arts communities, not just for the jocks, but for our theater kids, but for our full entire community, and realize what we can do for each other and for tourism. And if we had any money in our ECT fund, I would say this is where it should come from. But that's drained too, unfortunately. But the amount of economic impact that the Globe Theatre brings to our downtown and to Regina is ginormous. And maybe it's because artsy kids are too busy talking about their next creative endeavors than talking about dollar values. But it's such an enormous part of our community and for all three of our values and principles and for vibrancy for downtown. So that's $23 million of economic impact to Regina per year through our arts community, to our downtown, to the businesses surrounding it, to the opening of the Francophone Economic Office, which I went to last week, to the site construction at Penny World I went to as well. And when I went to go get coffee at 9:30 in the morning and I couldn't wait 30 minutes in line to get a coffee because it was so busy because everyone was there from downtown, it's super important. And I'm also a mother of a theater kid now, and it's accessible and inclusive. And I just really appreciate everything to that. So provincial government, show up. I have used the example of the Grey Cup. We are investing $1.5 million to the Grey Cup, either from our mill or general reserve. To me, this is similar because it's an event that is bringing in things. But in fact, this is a one-time ask, and it will actually bring in more than one Grey Cup over time. And from that point of view, we're giving $1.5 million as the city and the $5 million from the province. So province, maybe $5 million for this too. That would be great. As for the federal government, I will go with you if you would like to go to Ottawa, not on this taxpayers' money or any on my own, to clear that up. And I'd be happy to advocate on your behalf. So I think this is a really good thing for us to do. Love to be a leader in this, and I really wish you best in the next year, and here to help you on the way to go and to invest in our city.
Thank you. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair. Initially, when this first came to us, I was definitely thinking no, because all I could think was the risk of losing 1.4 million. And, you know, but then I started thinking about it, especially today, thinking about the economic impact of 23 million in the city. So at 1.4 million, because if I was investing my own money, I'm thinking, geez, am I going to invest 1.4 million and potentially lose it all? You know, because the Globe could shut down in a year. But again, you know, now I'm rethinking, just like a lot of the other councillors, I'm rethinking going, well, it does buy us another year, and I would invest 1.4 million to make 23 million. I think that's a good investment. I would do that every day. So just those simple numbers, when I think about it, I mean, I think it's definitely a worthwhile endeavor to do that. And I think I could sell that to people of the city. So because of that, just in terms of the dollars, because like I said earlier, I am kind of tight. I'm always looking for ways to save us money as a city. And I hope that when budget comes, the rest of council, when we sit around here looking for ways to save money, you know, we think long and hard about certain things and give up certain things, you know, and just keep that in mind for, you know, because money is very tight. So I wish the Globe all the success, and hopefully we get the rest of that money from the federal government and take care of that, all those construction loans and mortgages, and get that taken care of. But in the meantime, it'll keep our downtown vibrant for a year, and all the restaurants and hotels and everybody coming to other events in the city. And I think that's a good trade-off. So I will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'm actually really glad to hear my council colleagues. I think the evidence presented to us today really shows the strength of and importance of this ask, right? Like the numbers are clear, the $23 million of economic impact, knowing that we have the business community behind us, because they know that the ability for the Globe to stay open and operational there has a huge impact on their bottom line. So this is not something that lives on its own. It's something that is part of the ecosystem and the vibrancy of our city. And that's very clear. And something that I'd like to also make sure that, you know, we think about is we have a generational multi-million-dollar investment right on 11th Avenue that's going to be opening this year. It would be, to me, a tragedy to see the crown jewel of that avenue in the downtown area to read close when we're opening that avenue. Because all of these things are finally coming together through the work of so many people that have invested time, money, efforts into really working to bring that vibrancy and revitalization to our downtown area, which I think has been stated by many people here. It's not just because downtown is cool. It is because the tax lift of a downtown hugely impacts everybody in the city. So it is a reflection of what other folks are going to have to pay if we don't make strategic decisions to make sure that that area is vibrant, that area is providing that economic output. And as we have heard over and over again, not just from the Globe, but from the business community, they are an integral part of making sure that is happening. Not the only part, we know that, they know that, but they are a big part of it. And right now they're asking for an investment to make sure that continues. And I just want to be clear, because I have heard some folks misinterpret this as a handout to the Globe. It is not. It is absolutely not. They are giving us a return into the investments that we make. And I don't want to repeat what everybody said, but it is clear that when we invest in the arts and culture, we see that return. Not just in Regina, it is proven all across the world. Like when you have vibrant cities where you see culture and arts, that's the places you want to go. Those are the sticky places. We want Regina to be that. And I'm going to add my words to my council colleagues. 0.227 is what it would cost the province to step up. And it has been so extremely frustrating, the number of issues that are under the purview of our provincial government, where I'm not seeing that partnership. They are the residents too. We are part of the province, and to see that it is the city that has to step up is so incredibly frustrating, knowing that the impact to them is going to be so much less. And here we're all trying to figure out a way to make it happen, whether it's we're going to cut services, how is this going to... The province needs to step up. Absolutely they do. I think everyone here has made it clear. And this is not a dig at the province. It's knowing we are partners here. We're part of serving the citizens of this province, and we are part of this province. Just because there's no provincial representation here, that doesn't mean we're not part of the province. So I add my voice to that to say, step up. I know there's been so much work to call on every order of government to be part of this ask. And the city is once again stepping up because we know how important it is to make sure that we keep our city vibrant, that we keep our city invested appropriately. So I commend the work that has been done prior to coming today, to commend the work that's being done right now and what is going to be done to make sure that the Globe stays open. It is, as it's been said, an incredible space in our city, and I look forward to going to the shows. And as everyone said, I invite everyone to go because they have incredible shows. So with that, I will also be supporting this, and I'm
30 seconds
very
remaining.
pleasantly knowing that it looks like our council knows what's the right thing to do here, and hope that everything goes the way that it should go, so we can continue with this crown jewel in our city being open. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. So seeing no other questions, I'll go to Councillor Mancinelli. Would you like to close debate?
Nope, I'm humble enough.
Okay, sounds good. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we're going to take a brief 5-minute recess, 5 minutes sharp. So can I get a mover? Sorry, don't stand up. Mover, Mark, Councillor Burton, seconder, Councillor Sickleys. Okay, 5 minutes. We'll be back at 8:15. Council, 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning until we get started. If I could get council members to make their way to their seats, please. We have bylaws to get through. Okay. We'll call the meeting back to order. We will now consider the following bylaws. Bylaw 2026-41, the Curry Field Alcohol Amendment Bylaw 2026, 2026-42, the Regina Leisure Fees Amendment Bylaw 2026, 2026-43, the Wastewater and Stormwater Amendment Bylaw 2026, and 2026-44, the Regina Board of Revision Decision Extension Bylaw 2026. I will ask Acting Deputy Mayor Fro to do first readings of the bylaws, please.
No.
I will ask again.
All right. I move second by Councillor Turnbull the bylaws number 2641, number 2642, number 2643, and number 2644 be introduced and read for first time.
I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor. First reading of the bylaw is carried unanimously. Councillor Radins was temporarily away from the meeting during the vote.
Thank you. Acting Deputy Mayor Fro, can you please do second reading of the bylaws?
A move seconded by Councillor Radins that bylaws 2641, 2642, 2643, and 2026-44 be read a second time.
Does any member of council have questions? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the second reading of the bylaws.
Through you, Mayor. Second reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Acting Deputy Mayor Fro, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Manzanelli, that bylaws 2026-41, 2026-42, 2026-43, and 2026-44 go to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the bylaws is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Acting Deputy Mayor Fro, can you please do final reading of the bylaws? Oops.
Bylaws 2026-41, 2026-42, 2026-43, and 2026-44 be read a third time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
That was the feds, province, and city. 9 was raised by.
Through you, Mayor, third reading and a final reading of all the bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Sickleys and a seconder? Councillor Manzanelli? I'll call the question. Any opposed? Councillor Fro? And carried.